You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just.
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? What's up? What's up? Come on in. Come on in. So what we looking at here is footage, that been coming out. A lot of, video footage from cell phones or what have you been coming out about Charlie Kirk's assassination. And people been posting like crazy, from the surrounding area. So I did come across a video, which everyone pretty much seen this one with the guy on the roof. They actually released a couple more videos of you can see the guy actually running across the roof at the top. And they actually pulled a guy over that had a rifle on him. I'm not sure if this is the real, you know, killer or not, but they was doing a lot of manhunting around the surrounding areas, and this guy Ayers, supposedly got pulled over and had a rifle on him and all that. So I'm not even sure if this is the real killer or not, but we gonna definitely get into the press conference that was just released with the FBI, basically saying that they retrieved a weapon, a rifle that's possible linked to the assassination of Charlie Kirk's, which we're gonna get into. So I need y'all to double tap the screen, like this video. You know what I mean? Share this live stream if you can, get this broadcast out to the people. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over and we're gonna go ahead and get into this press conference. All right, let's get into it. Matter of fact, let me reshare this because sometimes the sound be kind of jinky when dealing with this StreamYard and all right, so let's go ahead and get into this press conference. This press conference like maybe an hour ago, so just trying to keep y'all up to date with what's going on. Let me know
Is everybody ready for that spelling?
Let me know if I'm good on sound too.
Speaker is Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, last name B-O-H-L-S. And then for the Utah Department of Public Safety, we have Commissioner Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, last name M-A-S-O-N. Anyone need me to repeat that?
This is the press conference that they just released on the update.
Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, Bowles, B-O-H-L-S, and then Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
All right.
Everybody got that? Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today, we will have two speakers, one representing the state of Utah and one representing our federal agencies. They will be providing some updates as well as a recap of what happened here at Utah Valley University yesterday. We will be able to take a couple of questions after they are done speaking, but it will be short in order to stay in tune with the president speaking at 9:45. So I'll go ahead and introduce Commissioner Bo Mason.
This is the update, y'all. The update.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They've worked around the clock all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night, I communicated with Erica. That family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every
Yeah, they still on a manhunt looking for
invested
this.
in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
So they basically saying they got technology
My
that
name is
track
Robert Bowles, and I am the
the
special
damn
agent
shooter.
in charge of the Salt Lake field office.
And they said they have clear image of the shooter, but they
Following
haven't released it
yesterday's
yet.
tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
All right, let me
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development.
yeah, they saying they tracked this guy up through the staircase and all that other
That's
shit.
something
So
that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
yeah, they saying they got a clear they saying they got a clear image of the guy, like a clear video and everything. So we waiting for them to release that.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect. Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
All right. All right. All right. So they saying, so that's what I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see if they release. Hold on, y'all.
Ordered the flags of the United States of America and the great state of Utah to be flown at half staff on all state facilities in recognition of the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed this afternoon. This was yesterday while speaking at Utah Valley University. Flags should be lowered to the half-staff position and remain in the half-staff position until sunset on Sunday. That is September 14th. I extend this invitation to all private citizens, businesses, and other organizations. Again, that is a post there from Governor Spencer Cox of Utah, posted on social media. Now, I do want to take you out once again to this live look that we have over the scene, as the investigation is still a very active one on the college campus. You can see that the yellow crime scene tape is still up around the location of that event yesterday, where all of this did unfold. And if you are just joining us, I do want to make sure we bring you all of the latest here. As we've heard from the FBI this morning, they have said that the revolver that was used here in this, rifle that was used in this attack has been located over in a wooded area near the scene of the college. We also know that they are searching near that location as they try to track down the shooter here. The FBI providing that update earlier today in a news conference alongside the Utah Department of Public Safety, also revealing the gunman appears to have blended in with the college crowd and escaped. We have this post here from Fox News saying Charlie Kirk assassin appears to be, quote, college age. Again, that was from the news conference that we heard earlier on today. Kirk, the 31-year-old conservative activist and founder of Turning Point, was killed when a single gunshot was fired from a rooftop as Kirk took part in an event there at Utah Valley University. He was speaking at the time, answering questions, when video circulating from very close up did show him hit in the neck and then rushed to a hospital. President Trump later announcing that Kirk, his very close ally there, had died, and Utah Governor Spencer Cox calling this a, quote, political assassination. In a video message that was filmed in the Oval Office, President Trump called Kirk, quote, a martyr for truth and freedom. And as we mentioned this morning, during his 9/11 anniversary comments, Trump announced that Kirk will be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He's credited there with rallying young Republicans to vote in the presidential election. Now, the shooter, again, has not been identified or arrested. While 2 people were detained yesterday, neither of them was
Now they
determined to
saying
be
they got
connected to
video
the shooting in
footage
any
and
way, and
clear
both were
image
released. That is
video footage.
according to the
That's
Utah
what we waiting to
Department
see
of
if they
Public
drop.
Safety.
That,
As the
that's what we
congressman
waiting
mentioned
for.
there, Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha will be.
All right, let me forward a little bit because trying to get to the updates.
Again, the crime scene tape is still up, and investigators on the scene as they do everything they can to track down this killer. In a matter of 20 minutes or so, we will be joined by a witness who was there reporting at the time as those shots were fired. He'll join us here live on Live Now from Fox
Yeah,
to
that's
break
what
it
I
all
want to
down.
hear.
Now, earlier on this morning, we were able to catch a portion of that news conference with the Utah Department of Public Safety and the FBI, providing all of the latest details, including that the gun that was used in the assassination has been located. If you missed it, I do want to play it for you fairly brief here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night, I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that.
Man, just release the
The FBI
damn
has brought
footage,
every
man.
resource to bear,
That's what we waiting
and we will
for.
continue
They
to
said
do
they
so
got
throughout the
footage
course of this investigation.
of the shooter.
The FBI's mission
Clear
is to protect the American
video
people.
of the shooter.
It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
All right, we got another update. Let me stop this real quick. Let me pull this up. Make sure y'all double tap the screen liking this video too. Please make sure y'all double tapping the screen and liking this video. All right.
And we are getting some more of those new details in the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. At that press conference just a few minutes ago, authorities said they've recovered a weapon, which they described as a high-powered rifle. They also say the suspect appears to be college-aged and, in their words, blended in well with the college crowd. Let's bring in ABC's Jacqueline Lee, who's on the scene, and ABC's contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett for more. Jacqueline, what do you make of the progress that officials are saying they made here? They're literally describing this as a breakthrough, and they've twice now said that they are confident.
That's right, Diane. So yesterday, officials said they were going to find the person. They are pouring in all of their resources from the highest levels of the Trump administration and working with the FBI in tandem, as well as local officials, to get more answers and to track down the gunman. And so the fact that they were able to track his movements. They say they were able to track the person's movements up the stairwell onto the roof. They say that individual then jumped from the building, and then they eventually were able to find that high-powered rifle in the woods. They canvassed the area. They spoke with neighbors. They looked at all the surveillance videos. They asked for doorbell videos, and they say they have a very good look at the individual, but they are not releasing that information at this point, given where they are in the investigation. But they have made significant progress in the last few hours. Diane.
Brad, something else stuck out to me, too, because yesterday officials were saying that all they had was this kind of campus surveillance. All they could say was the shooter was wearing dark clothing. Today, they're saying we have good, they literally use the word good video footage of this suspect.
That's
twice again, as I mentioned, saying that they're confident that they can track the suspect's movements. What do you make of the pieces of the puzzle that they are mentioning here? Video footage that they have recovered, the weapon here, an imprint, and so on.
So I think it may well tell you that it does take time. It takes time to pull up all the different videos that you might have and then to go through them. So you start with that. But let's just draw a picture here. They have a guy go up on the roof. They have video of that. They have him coming down from the roof, going into a wooded area. Apparently, at some point, I presume in the woods, discarded the weapon. Now, he probably did that he didn't want to be seen carrying a weapon running through a neighborhood or walking through a neighborhood. That weapon will give you potentially leads. Where did it come from? It could well be registered or purchased by the shooter. We'll have to see. Was it stolen? Whatever it might be, ATF, etc., will help them immediately, and they probably already know what that is. If you have maybe less so footprints initially, but certainly palm prints, if he's ever had a full set of prints where you print the entire hand, let's say he'd been in the military or some aspect of the government or a contractor, they may have those. That's a long shot, but they may have those. But I get in the voice of both the Commissioner of Public Safety and the FBI agent, special agent in charge, that they may well already know who this guy is, that they have clear pictures of him and maybe sources of other people, or someone said, I know who that guy is. And so they're looking for him. The key here is they're not releasing the pictures, and I've been up this road before in cases, because you don't want to spook the person more than they're already aware that, hey, they may be onto my trail.
Do y'all really think they're gonna find the real assassin? Do y'all really think they're gonna find a real assassin? Because they be just rolling out people, man, and it be some down, people being basically like the the down they be the front man, that basically catches the heat for the real shooter. I don't really think they're gonna release the real shooter, man. I don't know. I don't feel that they're gonna even find the shooter. This was definitely a professional job that was done. I'm gonna pull up some video of some, professionals that's talking about that this definitely was a professional hit. And it's been a lot of talk that this Kirk guy has been speaking a lot about, Mossad, Epstein, the Mossad, Epstein working for, Israeli intelligence, and just saying a lot of things. And his voice started to grow. His voice was getting bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? Each time he will, speak out, you see he met with had interviews on, mainstream media where he's mentioned some things. He had, and then his show was becoming more and more popular. And he started saying some things. He actually started saying some things, and I don't know if it didn't, fit well with the establishment and the agenda that was supposed to be pushed. I know a lot of people want to focus on left and right. That I don't believe this is a left and right situation. Like I told you, there's always a covert war going on with the elites, and I believe this guy was being probably prompted up to become, a president in the future or some type of political figure that could be used. But I know I've seen him speak a lot about, religion, Christ, Jesus, and doing a lot of that preaching, which the establishment really don't care for people that's preaching on Jesus, especially coming from the Israel side of things. I'm not going to speak too much on the Israel side of things, but being as though he started preaching a little, Christ and Jesus and this and that, it don't work well with that that agenda that they pushing as far as with Israel and all this other shit. So I believe he was talking a lot and his voice started to grow more and more. And he's like, we gotta stop this guy from talking. Since that the assassination, the professional hit, he was shot in the throat. And you already know what that statement means when they assassinated and shot in the throat. That means, he's talking too much. So something that he must have said that didn't work well with the establishment, and now we here. I don't know. I'm waiting for them to release the footage that they said they have. They saying they have clear images and clear footage of the assassin. Now they saying he's, a college, basically like a college student age, amongst that age group or whatever. We will see. We're gonna see.
In other words, you want them to sort of stay in whatever lifestyle they might be in at this point. As you run down addresses, associates, friends, their job.
It's all just speculation right now.
They've been in the military or not, whatever it might be, to draw a circle around him to catch him someplace. The concern obviously as time goes on, now we're up to not quite 24 hours. Did he leave the area? If he's smart, he did. But, many times these kind of shooters, they don't do that.
Brad, they're saying this was a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and yesterday they described the shot as coming from at least 100 yards away. Does that tell you anything? Does that require a certain level of experience? Well,
it's certainly, as far as the weapon they described, something probably like an AR-15, an M4, something in that category, is that they're relatively easy to shoot. However, from 100, 200 yards away, my guess is a scope and a tripod would have helped him a lot for steadiness. But the real key, Diane, is if he was able, and sadly did, one shot that killed Charlie Kirk, that's showing some proficiency, because it's very difficult to have the breathing and the concentration to pull off one shot like that, and that's what killed the person. Does that suggest prior training? Maybe.
Yeah, definitely training. Hell yeah.
Suggests
I'm talking about
somebody
over
who's
200
been
feet
practicing
away.
a lot.
Like, you gotta be
with this weapon or a weapon just like
to
this.
actually hit your target.
That's another place you're
at
obviously
200
going
and
to
some
look.
feet away.
You're going to go
You
to
have to
all the
be
gun ranges,
yes. You have to be
gun shops,
trained.
place they sell ammo, and
It's not an
ATF obviously
amateur.
can help them with that
It's not an
quickly
amateur hit.
to see if anybody fits the profile of what they're looking for.
All right, Jacqueline Lee, Brad Garrett, thank you both.
This is not an amateur hit. Let me pull this up. This former Homeland Security guy. Let me see. All right, hold on, y'all. Make sure y'all double tapping the screen and liking this video too. All right. All right, there we go. All right.
Former New York State Senator and former Homeland Security Advisor for New York. Sir, thank you for being with us tonight. First off, let's just get your immediate reaction to this tragic act of violence.
Tomorrow's 9/11. New York, more than any other place in the world, suffered the greatest tragedy that we could imagine. We were united after that. I'm hoping that this tragedy also unites us and stops with the partisan vitriol that has plagued our country in recent months and years.
Time is of the essence in catching who's behind this heinous crime. What do investigators need to do to pin down this gunman? It's been 8 hours.
So the longer this takes, that they don't have somebody in custody, or at least someone who's really a person of interest, the more it speaks to the organization and the capabilities of this assassin. Take a step back. Guy gets into, if it is a man, we don't yet know. Person takes a high-powered weapon, shoots one shot, kills his target from, we estimates range, but around 200 meters, and then escapes, and nobody sees him. So you in any investigation, you let the facts take you where they take you. You don't make any presumptions. But the longer this takes to find somebody, you raise a question as to whether or not this individual was a professional, had training, and whether or not this is something that this individual had support to do what the individual did.
I do want to ask you, what do you make of the law enforcement agencies and that they had a person of interest, they said they had someone in custody, and then they didn't, then they've released it? I mean, what's your take on what's going on behind the scenes?
So as you've seen from the video, it's an incredibly chaotic scene on a college campus, hundreds and hundreds of people there. Right immediately afterwards, it's something that it's very hard to stop, freeze everybody in place and say, okay, that's the individual. And so law enforcement, they try their best, but it's not something, it's not like on TV. It doesn't happen that way. Having said that, it is, to me, very important that that a rifle sound, sound of a report was heard, and yet nobody was able to identify an individual, which most likely means that the individual was shooting from concealment and maybe had some way to suppress or to hide the flash of the gun. And again, indicating that this is a sophisticated individual, one shot hitting the target from 200 meters away and then escaping without anybody seeing them. Those are the hallmarks of a professional.
Yeah, this event, of course, was outside, lots of buildings nearby, plenty of people in the audience, somewhat similar to that Trump rally we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania. We actually know that Charlie did have his own private security that traveled with him as well. This was the start of an on-campus tour for him. I mean, was there anything that could have been done? I mean, and are we prepared for what we're about to see coming forward as far as trying to secure events like this that happen on college campuses all the time that are just supposed to be a free exchange of ideas?
Now, typically what happens when you have a protectee, first of all, you have to know that that individual is under threat. That comes from a variety of different sources, whether it's a social media scan, whether it's about the communications that have been given to that protectee. But this is a private citizen. Yes, he was seen as controversial and in many sectors, but he has spoken around the country many times before, and nothing like this. And yet now he comes in, and the hardest thing to do is try to anticipate where the threats come from and what threats there are. So I would argue that in an open air setting like this, a rifle attack is probably the most difficult thing to stop. As opposed to trying to place an explosive device or trying to get close with a handgun or a knife. But nonetheless, it is something that we're going to have to rethink whether or not you want to have the crowd be able to see the individual, but yet perhaps there's a way that you can shield the individual from a line of sight, because that's what this is all about. And this is about preventing a adversary from having a line of sight to the target. And the way they do that typically is that they draw a ring around, a 360-degree ring. They say this is the area. It's 200 meters. You can't have any weapons within that area. And of course, that's very difficult to do. That's the other thing we have to calibrate our expectations. This was not the security detail of the Secret Service for the President of the United States. And even in that case, President Trump was almost assassinated, just nearly missed. So when I used to oversee the New York State Police, the state police and their protective detail of the governor, there was always a huge concern that if you had someone who was dedicated and someone who was professional, protecting the person that you had some type of visibility is very, very, very difficult.
That's a really sad day. We got to leave the conversation there. Michael Balboni, thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
So he basically saying that this motherfucking
Now
hit,
security.
this goddamn hit was professional as hell. Yeah, I wanted to definitely get into this interview he did with Tucker Carlson. They was talking about the Epstein files and shit, and they was basically saying how Epstein was an agent for Israeli intelligence, the Mossad and shit. So I believe, I mean, I'm just speculating, but he was doing a lot of talking about Israeli intelligence and, the Epstein files and Epstein being an agent. So I wanted to definitely tap into that too. So let me pull this up. I need y'all to double tap the screen, like this video if you haven't. Make sure you subscribe to this channel too, because we about to unpack this shit real quick. For real, for real. All right, this is an interview he actually did for his channel with Tucker Carlson, them talking about the Epstein files. Because I believe the Epstein files do tie into a lot of this shit. Because like I told y'all, there's a covert war going on with the new financial setup. These bureaucrats versus the technocrats out here. So they want us to think is left and right, is Democrat versus Republican, and vice versa. It's none of that shit. It's none of that. This is a power grab for the new infrastructure that's being set up. That has nothing to do with no right and left. That's slave shit. This left and right shit they got the people fighting amongst them. I'm seeing this shit throughout the internet in the comment section, and it's not a left and right thing. See, they trying to draw a war. They basically want a civil war going on in this country, and they definitely want to keep people divided because this shit has really nothing to do with no left and right shit. This right here has everything to do with the new financial system that's coming about. Yeah, I mean, artificial intelligence is taking over this shit. Is 100%. They want to put the whole world on an automated system. Yeah, I mean, they want to, bring about the cryptocurrency because they already signed into the motherfucking Genius Act. They signed in the Genius Act. That's telling you right there they going full force with, with the system that the new infrastructure, right? So you still have the old money versus the new money, which is the technocrats. They can't steal like they used to once this system come about because the blockchain and all that shit is transparency. It's all based on transparency. So you said Genius Act? No, Genius Act, not Act. Genius Act. ACT. Genius Act. And y'all remember what happened on 9/11, right? Y'all realize this is September 9/11, right? What did they sign in the very next morning? The Patriot Act. They signed the Patriot Act right after the morning, the day that 9/11 happened, the very next morning they signed in the Patriot Act. Now when shit like this, these big changes is being made, catastrophic events is going to happen. So now you're going to start seeing a lot more people assassinated, going to jail for sex trafficking. You're going to start seeing a lot of people being rolled out. And I told y'all that Epstein shit. Before we get into this, I told y'all that Epstein conference they had with the victims that was them setting the stage for who they about to roll out, who they about to actually go at and roll out and sacrifice to the media. Yeah, I mean, basically as the people that's going to take the fall, because they never going to release the real names of the Epstein client list. They keep saying there's no client list. then like I said, why is Ghislaine doing 20 plus years and why is Epstein supposedly dead? If there's no client list, then who was they sex trafficking these children to then? So obviously there's a real client list, but I don't believe the women, those victims, so-called victims that did that press conference the other week saying they coming with their own Epstein client list because they know who was on that list, they know who they was victims of and all that. I believe they was setting the stage to start rolling out the people that they was going after. That whole Ghislaine shit with her meeting with the DOJ, and then they kind of capture her going back into the prison with a box of files, making it look like that she's giving up the names on that client list. That was all bullshit. That was all bullshit. What I think they was confirming was the people that they want to go after that's in the way of setting up this new financial system. Trump is definitely on board with the new wave. He's on board with the new wave 1000%. And he brought all his cronies with him. All his billionaire cronies, they are on board with it. But you still have some of these bureaucrats that's still standing in the way of them setting up this new financial system. Now they want to start building these smart cities. So if you look up Smart LA is a project called the Smart LA Project 2028, which they're trying to build these smart cities with the new infrastructure. New financial system comes along with new infrastructure, comes along with new technology, new agriculture, because they basically getting rid of farms because they trying to feed us all laboratory meat anyway, because they able to produce meat at a faster rate inside these labs. They don't have to wait they don't have to wait months for chickens to hatch eggs. They can get it all they doing is mixing DNAs and producing meat and shit at a fast rate. Man, y'all done seen us, talk about that on this channel and give many demonstrations, many receipts. It's already out there. Y'all know they trying to feed us laboratory meat. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Somebody said go vegan shit. You can't even trust that vegan shit neither. You can't trust veganism. Like you can't even trust that. Because all this shit is coming out the lab. The vegetables, the fruits, the meat, all that shit is coming out the lab. That's why it's called plant-based. Y'all thinking it's plant-based based off of physical plants that come up from out the ground. No, plant-based means chemical plants, chemical plant places where they produce this shit in a laboratory. That's where that shit come from. It's not a plant that grows out the ground. It's a plant that comes out of a fucking laboratory. Plant-based is shit that comes out of the plant laboratory plant. Like, come on now. They playing with the words and shit, trying to confuse us. But I wanted to get into this. Because before we get into this video is sponsored by nightandayherbals.com. We have a website set up where we sell natural herbal products. We've been in business for like the past 7 years. So we sponsor our own videos. That's why we could talk like this. Ain't nobody else going to talk like this. When you sponsor by all these corporations and brands and shit, they control what you say on your show. They can't control shit with what we saying on this show because we sponsor our own shit with our own products. You know what I mean? So, and we make our own products. And we work with other people that make their own natural products. Because the corporations are selling us poison every fucking day, nonstop. They into mass producing, and that's why a lot of sickness is going on because they mass producing every goddamn thing. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and run this quick 15-minute commercial, and then we're gonna get into this Epstein shit.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
Nightandayherbals.com. The link is in the description of this video, and the link is in the chat, pinned to the top. So let's go ahead and get into this, man. All right, we get into this.
Decision that Pam Bondi made, but I think they need to fix it right away.
So here in the audience, raise your hand if this matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So Tucker, for those on podcasting, some people are raising like 2 hands.
I'm with you, baby.
What? So Tucker, talk to me as if I'm like in fourth grade. What, because the Washington press corps did ask no questions about it this day. They had 10 questions with President Trump and they didn't ask once about this. So they asked about like Brazilian tariffs, like really random stuff. Explain why the base cares so much about this.
So Jeffrey Epstein was a math teacher at the Dalton School in New York before he got a college degree. He was hired by a guy called Donald Barr, who was the headmaster of Dalton, whose son amazingly later became Attorney General of the United States twice, and was the guy who Bill Barr, who first signed off on the ludicrous idea that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in prison after 36 days after like telling his lawyer that he was going to get out in a week. And this guy without a college degree and no kind of work history wound up making billions of dollars from no obvious source whatsoever, jetting around the world with the most famous people in the world and having this incredibly weird, exotic sex life that over time it became clear was a blackmail scheme designed to entrap the world's most powerful people in compromising positions and use the information against them to get them to do the will of whoever's running this blackmail scheme. So this, I think, became pretty obvious to everybody, except for the National Press Corps that just did not want to talk about it. Epstein dies. There's no investigation into it. Donald Barr's son, who's then Attorney General, tells us, no, he killed himself, really, but all the cameras were broken. And so this is sort of boiled beneath the surface for, you know, anyone who's interested at all in like what was Epstein.
Yeah, them cameras.
Digs in a
That
little
1
bit
minute
and
missing
finds
out them
out
damn
to this
footage.
day. So we're now what, 6 years after his murder. We don't know where the money came from. We still don't know where the money came from.
And can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
It wasn't just millions. He was living as if he was worth $10 billion. We're talking about palatial estates.
He had the
islands.
largest private residence in Manhattan.
So the magnitude of wealth, I hope you understand, this was not like couple $100 million. He was living like he was a, you know, he was a co-founder of Meta.
No, but right after.
So how did he go from a school teacher to, you know, becoming one of the wealthiest people, you know, within within that space? How did he go from that? Because he was handpicked. He was definitely handpicked to carry out certain orders and shit. I believe he was working with Mossad. I believe he was an agent. Because ain't no way in the world you gonna go from a school teacher to be worth billions and billions of dollars, and now you amongst all of the elites, you meeting with worldly, you partying with prime ministers, you partying with, you know, monarchs over there in England. You're hanging out with presidents and shit over the United States. They traveling back and forth on private planes from, you know what I mean, all over the country, all over the world. You got your own private island. Like, how the fuck do you go from a school teacher to having your own private island, private jet worth worth billions of dollars? That's not by coincidence. That's not by accident. That nigga was handpicked. I believe he was an agent, and I believe he definitely was used to get dirt on other people so they can make plays and make moves. Now he's dead. He's supposedly dead now, right? But he served his purpose. The dirt that they needed to get on certain individuals that was standing in the way of certain decisions that need to be made to go on and follow with this new infrastructure that's being set up, they got the dirt that they need. That's what that whole them rolling out this gays lean shit was about. Now they want to throw us Diddy. They want to throw us all these these goddamn puppets. You know what I mean? Entertainers and celebrities and shit. When they not even, I'm not saying they innocent, but they're low level. They on a low level tier. They low level as hell compared to the people that's really running these sex trafficking operations. And which Epstein was one of the people that was a fucking agent for that organization. And this organization got a lot of people tied to it. I'm talking about people that run the biggest industries in the world. If their names was ever to come out about sex trafficking, you will have industries crumble by tomorrow. These industries will crumble overnight. So you really think they're gonna let the real names get out? You really think they're gonna let some Epstein victims on national TV to actually say who the real culprits are in this organization? Hell no. Mainstream media is highly controlled. They ain't gonna let the names get out. They ain't gonna never let those names get out, the real names. So they gonna throw us these low-level ass people. They gonna throw us these low-level ass people that probably are tied to some shit, but they low level. They the fall guys. They gonna give us the fall guys. They always gonna give us the fall guys. I tell you what, like I always say this shit on this channel. One of the biggest culprits of this goddamn sex trafficking and all that is that damn Catholic Church. That Catholic Church organization. The Vatican and all that shit. We know they one of the ones that's the biggest when it comes to trafficking children and shit like that. It is what it is. None of them ever go to jail. It's like they above the law. They never go to jail. You never hear about a Catholic priest going to jail for sex trafficking children. Never. What happens when they get exposed? They just move them out the country, move them to another domain where they continue doing the same shit. They pay out so-called pay out billions of dollars, but nobody ever gets paid. The people that have been waiting on that money for years from them billions of dollars of lawsuits against them never gets paid. People die. Yeah, I mean, you got people still waiting for that money. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue. Let's get to the Epstein shit. I need y'all to double tap the screen. Like, damn, this video should at least been over 100 likes by now. I need everybody to double tap the screen. You know what I mean, I need y'all to double tap the screen or hit the three dots at the top right and hit that like button.
Out in the open. And everybody
Yes.
in famous person world was rolling through the house for dinner. And most of them, I don't think, did anything wrong.
Like George Stephanopoulos.
Exactly. I mean, I know George. I disagree with him and everything. I don't think he's a sex freak. I think he was just invited over for dinner with this guy, and everyone else is, the prime minister of Israel is living there, Ehud Barak, and like lots of people are there who aren't bad people. They're just like they know Jeffrey Epstein. But then
That's what I'm saying. These people names will never get mentioned on that client list. The prime ministers of these countries and shit, they names will never get revealed. There will never be no evidence that will ever tie them to any damn thing. Tell you the truth.
he winds up indicted again, comes back from France, gets indicted again, and famously dies in federal lockup in Manhattan. And it's very obvious from the beginning that this is not a suicide. And then the medical examiner's like, no, he was strangled to death. So all of this information's on the internet. Everybody who cares to know knows it. They're not conspiracy theorists. They're not mentally ill. And Pam Bondi knows it, and she's talked about it a lot. And she goes on Fox, and she's like, actually, it's all true. And we've got thousands of videos of underage girls being abused. And I have the client list on my desk, and I'm going to release all of this.
Exactly. So
then,
right.
4 days ago, she comes out with an official statement from the Department of Justice saying, actually, no, he did kill himself. We know that for a fact.
You see that? You see the switcheroo? She said they had evidence. They had evidence. They had videos. They had the client list. All of a sudden, a switcheroo happens, and she said Epstein killed himself. There's no client list, and everybody looking like, whoa, bitch! You just said there was a client list, and that shit was on your desk, bitch. Now you gonna say ain't no goddamn client list? Then why the bitch Ghislaine doing 20 years? Like, I don't give a fuck about no Ghislaine. She need to stay where she at. She helped perpetuate the sex trafficking. I don't give two shits about no Ghislaine Maxwell. But how the hell is this lady doing 20-something years in jail, and you saying there's no client list? Bitch, you just said it was client list on your desk, and you got videotape and evidence. Bro, they playing in the American people's face. They playing in our faces, bro. All this shit that's happening that they playing in our faces with. Including with this assassination shit. They still playing in our faces with that shit too. Come on, man.
And here's an edited video from an irrelevant angle
Come
that
on,
proves
bro.
it, even though, of course, it does not at all prove it. And we have no evidence that he hurt anybody, and we're not indicting anyone. And his former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell's in jail, and that's enough. And he's dead, and it was a natural death, and like, shut up, conspiracy theorists. And people who voted for Trump, not the left, Trump voters rise up on the internet in full revolt. And not just on Twitter, where there are some wackos, to be honest, and me, non-wackos too, but like normal people, 65-year-old Trump voters who were like, I don't, believe that aliens are running the government or anything, but you're lying to me. And not only are you lying to me, you're patronizing me and calling me names when I ask questions. You're acting like the freaking liberals do. When they don't want to answer a question, they just call you a racist and move on. Like, no, I voted for you because I wanted you to respect me as a citizen and pay me the compliment of treating me like an adult, and you're not. So I do think I know something about it. I do think that most people in the Trump administration, including the president, like didn't realize that they were stepping into this. I think a lot of people at DOJ, including Dan Bongino, who I consider a decent man and a man of integrity.
He might resign over this.
He's threatening to right now. I think they kind of got blindsided by this. I think it was, I don't think I know, it was Pam Bondi who issued this statement. And I don't think Pam Bondi's a bad person. I don't think she's covering up for Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what I know to be true, since you asked. They don't have any information on Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes, actually. And they never have had any. Because in 2007, under the Bush administration, when he was indicted and the search warrant was issued, if you read the search warrant, which I think is online, you can read it, it's written in such a way not to reveal information about Jeffrey Epstein, but to hide it, to protect Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's what we talking about, them files.
He was
Epstein
being
files.
protected then. And
Yeah, that's what Tucker Carlson. Now you gotta realize Tucker Carlson was fired from, so he's alternative media now. So he could say a little bit more than he was saying when he was on television. He couldn't say none of that shit. But being as though he independent media now, he could say a lot more shit. So he's actually interviewing. You got this Charlie Kirk guy interviewing Tucker Carlson about the Epstein shit. Now they saying Epstein, they saying Epstein didn't kill himself. They saying it right here in this interview that Epstein got strangled. You know what I'm saying? Because the missing, they gave us this 10-hour ass footage, prison footage that didn't prove a thing, but made them even more guilty because they cut a whole minute out of the footage. It skipped, like the footage skipped a whole damn minute. So you mean to tell me within that, I'm be honest, bro. They could have snuck Epstein out the back goddamn door. To be honest, that minute footage could have been them sneaking his ass out the back door. So we don't know if he got hung. We don't know if he did or they snuck his ass out the back door. You know what I'm saying? But we know what's real though is that goddamn client list. And that client list got very important people that's tied to big industries. You know what I mean? So people would say, so somebody here said, so what? Yeah, but you gotta realize our tax dollars going to that shit, bro. Our fucking tax dollars is funding that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, people gotta realize that our tax dollars that we work hard as shit for is going into these sex trafficking operations with these people that's tied to these Epstein shit, bro. That's why Americans people is adamant about who's on that goddamn list, because we know it's industries that's big industries that's tied to that damn Epstein list, and they're into trafficking children. They are. It is what it is.
so they didn't gather the information.
So you ain't got y'all vote standing in line voting for these pricks. This left and right shit. I'm tired of this left and right shit, bro. There's two birds on the same, two wings on the same bird. Two wings on the same plane, man. Coke and Pepsi, owned by the same shareholders. I'm tired of this left and right shit. The left and right is owned by the same shareholders, man. That Democrat Republican shit is only for the slaves, so they can play games with the slaves and so we can fight amongst each other about the left and the right. Y'all fall for that shit every 4 years. You niggas ain't tired of that dumb shit yet. Y'all ain't tired of that dumb shit yet. Y'all ain't done playing this left and right game. Now they tying this left and right shit to this assassination with this guy. Come on, bro. We ain't falling for the same trick every fucking 4 years. They all part of the same organization. I don't care if they left, right, Democrat, Republican. I don't care what the hell they are. They all part of the same gang, and they all team up to each other to go against the general population. That's like I told you, that shit wrestling, bro. You have Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior beefing it out in the ring. On WrestleMania. Then they, after the match is done, they go backstage, sniff coke together, shoot up some steroids, and drink beer and say, "Yeah, brother, that was a good match tonight, brother. We put on a good show." That's what these politicians do. They play in our faces, and then they go backstage mess with children, sniff coke, do drugs, you know what I mean, drink, party on taxpayers' dime, and our stupid asses go stand in line for hours and hours every 4 years to vote for these same pricks that's playing games with us. Y'all crazy as hell, bro. This system crazy as shit. Y'all niggas is crazy. But let's play along, y'all. Let's go ahead, keep playing along. Every 4 year, let's play along. Yeah.
I've never had custody information
Yeah.
showing who was having sex
play
with these
along.
underage girls as part of this blackmail deal. Like, I think that's the actual truth. So the real scandal
Fucking
here
losers,
is who he
slackers.
was working for and where the money came
Hit the
from.
cash
That's
app,
the
brothers.
actual
Hit the
scandal.
cash
And no
app.
one will say anything
Drop the
about
cash
it because
app.
the
Hit
answer
that 9
Was
big
it
cash app up,
American
man. Y'all
intelligence?
ain't get
Was it
this
Saudi
type of
intelligence?
information
Was it
nowhere
British
else.
It was
intelligence?
Israeli intelligence.
Drop this cash app.
And everyone's embarrassed to say that because you're like, you're not allowed to say that or
Hit
something
that 9
because
big
you're a hater,
cash
but
app,
you're not a
man.
hater at all. You can think Israel's a great country
Real
that deserves
talk.
our support, as I do.
My
But
best memories are in Israel.
Yeah, it's great. I've taken my family on vacation there, but it's still a foreign country, and it's a fair question to ask,
Drop
were
this
you
cash
running
app,
a
man.
blackmail scheme in
Let
our
me hit
country?
this shit.
And I think the answer is yes. So they were asked, and they're like, we're not going to tell you. And it's like, well, so why are we sending you all this money every year if you won't answer a simple question? If you're actually running a criminal enterprise in our country, which it seems like they were, then you should answer the question. And no American citizen should be embarrassed to ask that. It doesn't make you a hater or a wacko. If the former Israeli prime minister is living in his house, like, what was that? And if his girlfriend and co-conspirator is the daughter of a Mossad agent, which she was, why is it
Exactly.
crazy to ask that question? It's not crazy. Actually, it's very obvious. And no one should be embarrassed to ask that. No one should be made to feel like a hater for asking that. Asking a question about a foreign country does not make you a bigot at all. And in fact, the effect of not asking that question, the rest
No,
of
it makes you a critical thinker. See, that's the last thing the establishment want is a population full of critical thinkers, people that know how to connect dots, ask questions, discern the bullshit that's being fed to us every day. Yeah, you got some people in the population that just ain't going along with the stupidity. But then you got a large majority of the population that's going along with these agendas because they don't know no damn better. They rather follow the herd instead of being, following them, you know. I follow the herd, bro. Like, you getting caught up in these different agendas. They be having people out there marching for some dumb shit. Be like, yo, it's a trick. It's a trick. Every 4 years they tricking us with the same shit, bro. And y'all ain't tired. Y'all ain't tired of this shit yet. You got France right now. You got the population over there in France. They didn't took over the goddamn government. They ain't playing no games, bro. They running up in parliaments and shit. They running them out, burning shit down. And this is the people in France, bro. They ain't playing no games. Why America the last country that allowed to have weapons, that allowed to have guns, and we ain't causing that type of ruckus that other countries is causing amongst their government. They fighting back against their government that's trying to, be on some tyrannical shit. And we sitting back twiddling our thumbs, eating Doritos and drinking Pepsi and Coca-Cola, and we think we got a choice. You know what I mean? We think we got choices and freedoms and shit. No, we the last stupid ass country that's falling for the dumb shit. We the only country that still allow all these chemical poisons in the food when all these other countries ban that shit. What is wrong with America? What is happening to the people, bro? Are we slow? Are we stupid? What is going on with us, bro? Are we dumb? Are we stupid? Why all these other countries is banding together to ban poisons in the food and fighting against their government and burning shit down? Why are we sitting on our asses, bro? I don't understand that shit. What is going on? Do they really got us in a trance? They got us like in a fucking trance, bro. They got us in a trance, bro. Like, people should be raising hell about that. I'm gonna be honest, people should be raising hell about that Epstein list because taxpayer money is going into that goddamn sex trafficking ring that they running. There should be a lot more Epsteins being, being hung out here. It should be a lot more. Why just Epstein got to get hung in his cell or whatever they said? Why it need to be a lot more people on that hanging list. And I'm just being honest and being real, and y'all know it too. Y'all know it.
are all kind of embarrassed and like, oh, can you really say
Bullshit,
that?
bro.
What that right there causes hatred. and creepiness, and everyone feels like it has to be conducted in secret. When you're not allowed to be straightforward about something, the conversation and the thoughts tend to become diseased.
Shout out to
The same
Tucker
is
Carlson
true
for
of
even
sex, by the way.
speaking
I'll
up
talk
on
about
the real
Patriot
shit.
Mobile's commitment to faith, family, and freedom.
You know what I mean? And it's kind of I'm speculating, but this guy could have got assassinated behind speaking on Epstein being an agent for the Mossad. I mean that's possible. That's possible. I ain't ruling that out.
It's our country, and if you're running a criminal enterprise on our soil, like countries do dumb things. We've done a lot of dumb things. But you begin by admitting it and saying, I'm sorry we did that. We won't do it again. That's fine.
And do you think our government was involved at all? Because that's
My
what the question is, was it an
understanding is-
overlapping? And again, I don't know the answer. Was it
Well, I think I do, but everyone lies about everything, so I could be completely wrong. But here's what I believe to be true. I think there's been enough. I think this is maybe the one crime the CIA is not responsible for.
Nah,
which is kind of
bro.
amazing.
Nah, I ain't buying that one, Tucker. You almost had me up to that point where you said that they not involved. They always involved. The alphabet's always involved. I don't want to believe that. Oh, so Mossad could do all the dirt, but the CIA doesn't have no ties to that as well. Like, come on, bro, Tucker. I like a lot of the things that you say on your platform, and you be speaking the truth about some things, but that's just one thing I'm not going to agree with, bro. I can't agree with that. I'm sorry. Sorry.
There's such a long list.
Sorry, bro.
I don't know, Tucker. You gotta,
I know.
You gotta win me over on that one.
But what's kind of crazy is that even to say that, I mean, it's probably my dad worked at the CIA. It's like, I'm from the United States. I love this country passionately. I have no problem admitting the truth, which is that the CIA,
shout out to Spelly JR for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Has done horrible
Appreciate
things.
the
That
support.
doesn't make me anti-American or a bigot or something. It's okay to criticize government agencies when they do bad things. And if they're foreign government agencies, why in the world would that be not allowed to say there are tons of things Mossad does that I agree with? There are some things I disagree with, including running criminal enterprises in my country. Like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Spying on us, not allowed to do that. Period. And I don't know why no one feels free to say it. There's not one American politician who will say that. And the effect of that is to make every...
And you know why they're not going to say it? Because they in bed with the very people that's running these organizations. They're not going to say it. They're not going to speak up and say it. They're not. I mean, we see what happens when people speak up and say certain things. They catch a wig shot to their noodle. They catch a wig shot to the noodle when they speak up and say things that go against the script. If you're going against the script, yeah, you a person that's in position where you have influence over millions of people. Yeah, you're not gonna get on TV and just say anything. You're not just gonna get on social media and just say anything either, because you're gonna catch a wig shot to the noodle. Y'all know how it go. JFK, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Gandhi. Who else? The list goes on. Anybody that actually try to make a real change, an actual real change. I'm not talking about that Obama change shit. That I hate when niggas come with that Obama change shit. That wasn't no real change, because we know the real people that make real changes don't really make it. They don't make it. So I mean, you miss me with all that bull crap. Real talk.
Everybody crazy. And also, by the way, very anti-Israel. Like, if you want to make people hate something, tell them they can't talk about it. Call them names when they ask honest questions about it. That's what's happening right now. And you often hear people say, like, what's all this anti-Israel sentiment going on the internet? And there's a lot of it. In fact, way too much for me. I'll just be honest.
And the Jew hate is out of control. I hate that stuff.
I don't like it. I'm a Christian. I don't think that you should assess people on the basis of the group they belong to.
I agree.
Every person has a soul. Every person's created by God. You should assess each person on the basis of that person.
On their merits.
God knows every hair on your head, we're told. So each person is distinct and unique. You're not a faceless cog. You're not a member of a group, a herd. You're a human being created in the image of the creator. So I just don't like that whole way of thinking, but it's everywhere all of a sudden. And you have to ask, why is it everywhere? Well, one of the reasons, probably a lot of reasons, but one is because anybody who asks obvious questions like, hey, were you running a sexual blackmail scheme in my country? Shut up, says Ben Shapiro. You're an anti-Semite. Well, no, I'm not. Why is it not a fair question? There's tons of evidence this is happening. Like, are you joking? You're not going to shout me down, by the way, at this point. I spent 4 years being shouted down by the left for asking, I thought, pretty reasonable questions. I have always felt very moderate. I'm not a hater at all.
Yeah,
I'm not going to become one. And I don't.
I
think my
don't
questions-
believe Tucker Carlson is a hater. I believe he asks, critical thinking questions that people want to, genuinely know. Who's running organizations in America? Who's from outside of America and who's within America is running these sex trafficking organizations? We need to know who's running these organizations. Our tax dollars is tied to it. Yes, we want to know who's running it. Yes. Who's the real criminals? You're not going to throw us Diddy and just have us thinking Diddy is the end all be all when it comes to trafficking. No, he's low level. We want the higher ups. We don't care nothing about no damn Diddy. No. Stop trying to force feed us these celebrities and throw, because they're going to sacrifice these celebrities. They're going to throw. You see Tyler Perry, dude, that did a whole interview on Tyler Perry. You got R. Kelly, you got Bill Cosby. They keep throwing us all these people. These Mike, even though his ass ain't go to jail, Mike Jeffries of Abercrombie and Fitch escaped. He escaped his sex trafficking charges. They said, nope, well, he's too incompetent. He's not functioning enough to even face trial. And he just got away scot-free. So he's tucked away somewhere, probably on the island, still messing with kids and, and whatever else, allegedly. But yeah, these people is not gonna turn on their friends. They're not gonna snitch on their friends. No.
Are insane. They may be stupid, but if they're stupid, then just speak slowly so I can understand as you answer them. They're not crazy. And if they are, tell me how. But dismissing me out of hand by attacking my motive is not going to work. And telling me that my question is an insult to the children who died in Texas in a flood is an outrageous response. You are, anyway, sorry. And I say that with love, but I voted against that kind of crap. It's not just the argument, it's the style of argument. You are not allowed to dismiss my questions as a United States citizen with a wave of the hand and an attack on my character. You get the middle finger in the face from me for doing that until you stop doing it. So I think we have an absolute right to demand sensible answers. And the first question is, who the hell was Jeffrey Epstein working for? Why did Leon Black pay him $100 and something million for tax advice?
Yeah, you gotta ask that.
It's not tax advice. I have an accountant.
Yeah, why did he pay him $100 million for tax? You mean to tell me tax advice costs $100 million? Or was that some type of money laundering or some type of investment? So, money being put back in the organization. You really tell me tax advice costs $100 million? Or was the nigga just moving money around? What was he doing? He wasn't just paying for tax advice. $100 million does it? It's not. No. We not falling for that one. No, them niggas is dumping money into the organization. They gotta keep the organization going. So yeah, of course they gotta move that money around. Of course, and disguise it as I'm paying money for advice and yeah, business as usual, yo. America, business as usual. You already know.
It's not that expensive. And like, what was this? And anyway, last thing I'll say, just as
real quick, I need all of y'all to double tap the screen, like this video for algorithm purposes. Let's go ahead, because this ain't nobody really talking like this. See, I don't really like surface level talking. I like to get a little bit more deeper with it. No Diddy, because I'm tired of the surface level shit, bro. Like, let's really talk about the real shit. Let's get to it.
you're following along, my understanding as of 6:45 p.m. Friday is that this really isn't about sex as much as it's about the international and financial intel questions That's what it's about. Those are the, I mean, we know Jeffrey Epstein was a sex freak. We know a lot of women were hurt. But what we don't know is why. And so I think it's fair, or at least I plan to going forward over the next week, as we're going to dig into this pretty hard, is to press those questions. Like, what was big picture? What was this about?
What are the questions you're going to ask?
What was this?
Where do you?
How do you go from being, you know, a math teacher at Dalton to having your own private island in the largest house in Manhattan?
See, I don't care about Epstein if he's already dead. We need to start asking who else was involved. It's because they keep trying to focus on Epstein. Who else was involved, bro? Like, we tired of hearing about a dead man already. He already faced his fate. He's dead, supposedly. I'm going to go by what they said. He's dead. So if he's dead already, we need to know who else is involved. You know what I'm saying? We do. Simple and plain. Somebody said, bro, play the video. We got to do commentary. We can't just play people videos straight through. That's how you get flagged. That's how they be, you know, wanting to take your shit down. So you got to add commentary to it. And I would think y'all will want commentary, you know, for this shit anyway, because, you know, you got to dive a little bit more deeper than just the surface level talking and shit.
And so who is Les Wexner?
Les
Who
Wexner
is? He's alive, I guess, right?
Les Wexner is the former CEO of a company called The Limited, which was a massive clothing
Victoria's
retailer.
Secret or something, right?
Correct. Abercrombie and Fitch, I think, and a bunch of different
And he lives in Ohio.
clothing
or something,
companies.
right?
The richest person in Ohio. A lot of
All right, so he's tied to Abercrombie and Fitch. So why he's not facing charges? Why these people? Because we already know Mike Jeffries was supposed to face charges for sex trafficking, and he paid $10 million, got out on bail, and we never heard from him again. And once again, these are low-level individuals again. Now, I did hear the victims of the Epstein in that press conference mention people in the fashion corporations, like people that's tied to the fashion world, presidents and shit of these corporations within the fashion world. Yeah, we can get some of them locked up too, but that's still low-level shit. That's still low-level shit. Because they get locked up, business is still going to, you know, continue. You got to cut the head off the snake, and then the body will die. So who's the head? We need to know who the hell the head is. And you know what I mean, like, they still keep trying to force feed us these low-level ass people, which they should go to jail too. But these people is not gonna. They will be dead before they even get to flip. Before they even get to flip these people, they either gonna die mysterious death, or, you know, they gonna disappear and go into the wind. But yeah, we need to know who the head is.
super impressive guy in a lot
Yeah.
of ways, very rich guy. And he wound up financing a lot of Epstein's life. And he's never been interviewed by the feds, ever. And so that's like right there. Who made the decision not to interview the guy who's bankrolling the whole thing? You arrest Jeffrey Epstein, but it's like, well, where did Jeffrey Epstein get the plane? I'm 56. I've worked 6 days a week my whole life. I fly in Southwest. Like, how do you get a plane?
He had multiple.
What are you even talking? Like, where did that come from?
He had multiple Gulfstream, multiple.
Right, okay.
Which each one is 30, 40, 50 million.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve the plane. I'm just saying, what did he do to get the plane?
And can I go a step further? There are no trades to Jeffrey Epstein's name at any of the trading desks.
Right.
So this guy allegedly was a wealth manager. Someone who he's Brett Weinstein's brother, Eric Weinstein. He's right on some stuff, disagree on other, but he had a really good point. He said he sat down with Epstein once. He said within 5 minutes, he said this guy was a total fraud. This guy just he was like weird and crass and talked about weird sex stuff, but he wasn't deep like at all.
Right.
And like, because Weinstein, you can't call him dumb. He would ask questions about financial instrumentation and derivatives, and Epstein knew nothing about it. So here's a guy that we have no trades to his name. Anyone who met him never was like, this is like a brilliant guy. And yet he ends up with a lifestyle, you would think that he's worth $50 billion.
Well, you knew he wasn't brilliant because he kept sending money to Harvard to put his name on things. So what you have there is a very recognizable kind of social insecurity, status anxiety that comes from inadequate people who want to convince you that they're like really impressive and earn what they have. And it's a very common tick in our ruling class now, most of whom are deeply mediocre, a lot of whom have gotten rich in businesses that are basically dishonorable, lending money at exorbitant rates. And they are trying to like let you know that they're legit. And so that's just a tell for me as a person that Epstein was a guy who didn't make his money the old-fashioned way by doing something innovative and clever.
All right, so we got some updates, y'all. Okay, y'all. We got some updates.
Of something that,
all right, so they released the.
So anyway,
they
those are the
released
questions that I
foot,
would ask.
the polls.
And my strong sense is
we got to get to this, y'all. Breaking news. They released the supposed footage, picture of the would-be assassin. Let me pull this up. I need everybody double tap the screen like this video, man. Share this live stream. So we got some breaking news. Got some breaking news. They released the photo, and this is what I was waiting for to see. Now we get this, make some real all right, let me pull this up. All right now. All right, let me play this.
Breaking news right now on the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. The FBI just releasing an image moments ago. They are not calling this person a suspect right now, but rather a
Then why are you going to release the I hate, man.
person of interest in connection to that fatal shooting at Utah Valley University.
This picture just being posted by the.
All right, hold on, y'all. I thought I shared it. My bad. Oh, no, okay, I got it. All right. Oh, I did share it. Okay. Just trying to make sure. Because I thought I seen some shit. All right, let me continue. Let's continue.
The FBI in Salt Lake City, 2 photos, as a matter of fact, posted to their X account. And we were told that this is a person of interest that they're looking for at this point. They're asking the public to take a look at these 2 images and to reach out to the FBI or to local law enforcement here to let them know if they recognize the person in these photos. We had gotten.
Anybody recognize this nigga?
Indications earlier today during a briefing that officials had good footage, is how they described it, of the person they believe to be the suspect. And what we were told at that time is that they would not be releasing that footage. They wouldn't be releasing photos because they were going to try to use some technology that they have available to them to interrogate the images that they had. And they said if they thought they were going to be unsuccessful with some of those efforts, they would then release a picture and ask the public to help out as well. And so this is likely the image that they were indicating they might release to us today, again, hoping that someone in the area will recognize this person and call into law enforcement to offer any information that they can. We know that up until early this morning, the FBI and state and local law enforcement had received about 130 tips from members of the public. We know there were 3,000 people at that event yesterday afternoon, and those tips have been helpful in trying to nail down more information about a suspect. We know that there was footage from the university. There were indications that there were images captured by doorbell cameras potentially in the neighborhood surrounding the university. And so law enforcement here really on trying to zero in on a suspect in this case.
Okay, get one more good look here at these 2 pictures. A person of interest is what the
Y'all recognize this mother effer? With a real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up. With the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Anybody recognize this character?
FBI is calling this individual and urging the public, if you have any information about who this is or the shooting at Utah Valley University, to call them at 1-800.
Man, that could be any goddamn body. So I hate the media. I hate mainstream media. That could be any goddamn body. That could be just a nigga walking through the halls and shit with a hat on, some glasses and shit. Like y'all just throwing anybody out there, bro. How we know this is the real shooter? How are we supposed to know this? Wait, see, they be having us falling for anything, bro. Y'all think this is the would-be shooter right here? I ain't buying it. This could be any goddamn body. Until I see him with the rifle in his damn hand. Yeah, I mean, then in the dude that they supposedly shown running across the roof like goddamn Spider-Man, or if that's because this could be goddamn Peter Parker right here, as far as we know. Yeah, I mean, how we know this ain't Peter Parker from Spider-Man? Yeah, I mean, they just throwing this anybody, bro. I ain't buying it, fam. I just can't buy it.
Call FBI. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you. Major breaking news right now on the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. The FBI just releasing an image moment.
Yeah, you notice the image is always grainy. The footage, the videos and the pictures always grainy and shit. Y'all got the most high tech technology out here, and y'all still dropping grainy ass footage and pictures. Like, come on, bro. The pixels is low as shit. Y'all really y'all can't enhance this shit, bro. I got technology on my phone that can enhance these goddamn pictures. And you mean to tell me that these agencies ain't got nothing more high tech than that? Yo, y'all bullshitting us, man. What y'all doing with our tax money, man? Oh, it's going to the sex trafficking organizations. Oh, yeah.
Moments ago, they are not calling this person a suspect right now, but rather a person of interest in connection to that fatal shooting at Utah Valley University.
This picture just being posted by the FBI in Salt Lake City. 2 photos, as a matter of fact, posted to their X account. And we were told that this is a person of interest that they're looking for at this point. They're asking the public to take a look at these 2 images and to reach out to the FBI or to local law enforcement here to let them know if they recognize the person in these photos. We had gotten indications earlier today during a briefing that officials had good footage, is how they described it, of the person they believe to be the suspect. And what we were told at that time is that they would not be releasing that footage. They wouldn't be releasing photos because they were going to try to use some technology that they have available to them to interrogate the images that they had. And they said if they thought they were going to be unsuccessful with some of those efforts, they would then release a picture and ask the public to help out as well. And so this is likely the image that they were indicating they might release to us today. Again, hoping that someone in the area will recognize this person and call into law enforcement to offer any information that they can. We know that up until early this morning, the FBI and state and local law enforcement had received about 130 tips from members of the public. We know there were 3,000 people at that event yesterday afternoon, and those tips have been helpful in trying to nail down more information about a suspect. We know that there was footage from the university. There were indications that there were images captured by doorbell cameras potentially in the neighborhood surrounding the university. And so law enforcement here really on trying to zero in on a suspect in this case.
Okay, get one more good look here at these 2 pictures. A person.
Anybody know this nigga right here? Just Peter Parker looking at him. See that now they got us people, they got the people fighting over left and right. Man, y'all can believe that left and right shit if y'all want to, nigga. This ain't one of them channels that fall for that left and right shit. I don't give a shit about the left or the goddamn right. It's two wings on the same goddamn bird. I don't care shit about no left and right. They all part of the same goddamn organization. I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing. I don't care about who coming in here talking about the left did it, the right did. They all did it. They all part of the same damn goddamn. It's Coke and Pepsi, nigga. It's the same substance in different cans, owned by the same shareholders. I ain't trying to hear that left and right shit. That shit is for the slaves, man. They want the slaves fighting over left and right while they up there partying on the American dime. They party. Yo, these organizations up there partying on left and right people money. If you're tax-paying citizens, you're left or right, guess what? They up there partying on your goddamn money. The left side and the right side up there partying. I told you this shit is wrestling, but y'all ain't trying to hear me though. Like I told you, Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior could fight in the ring, but then they go backstage and do cocaine and steroids together and say they had a good match. That's what the left and right is. Y'all keep playing yourself with this left and right shit, people. That shit ain't left and right with them. That's just they all part of the same organization and they all against the general public. Y'all niggas be falling for that shit every 4 years. Stop falling for the banana in the tailpipe. You know what I'm saying? Banana in the tailpipe shit. Now we gotta get back to this Epstein shit. That's what we on. We back on the Epstein. Cause we gonna get to this Epstein shit, bro. All right. So this we just get back to the Epstein, but before we do that, this video is sponsored by 90dayherbals.com. We sponsor our own videos, y'all. We sponsor our own shows because we don't like to be told what to say and what to do. All right. So
if you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
Make sure y'all hit up our website, order from us. We ship out fast. We sell nothing but all natural herbal products, from soaps to CBD to Detox, sea moss, hair and skincare products, all naturally made, and none of that corporation chemical based shit. We don't deal in that. So all this stuff is made. We don't mass produce anything. So it's a limited edition on this shit. So definitely hit up our website. We do ship out at a timely fashion. Take advantage of the sales that we got going on and sign up to our email list, because we run our own show here and we sponsor videos with our own products. So let's continue on this Epstein shit though. Let's keep breaking down this Epstein shit. All right.
It is dawning on the administration, thank heaven, that this is a huge problem.
Because I believe Charlie,
I think there were
Charlie
people,
God
was
was
going to be people like Ben Shapiro or
I believe he was taken out. I mean, I'm speculating, but it could be him being taken out for the simple fact that he's talking about Israel and Mossad and Epstein and all that. Even though he on their side, don't mean they can't take out one of their own for talking too much. Y'all know how organized crime is ran. You know what I'm saying?
Hewitt at Fox News who were like, oh, it's just who cares about this guy? He's already, like when Ben Shapiro was telling us, who cares who killed Kennedy? That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay. He was the elected president of the United States. Fair to ask. But there are some people, I think, administration who are like, yeah, really, Jeffrey Epstein, like, is that the biggest thing going on in the world right now? And I think they sort of missed, not all, but some, that it's a metaphor for everything. It's like, how do all these people get so rich in the first place? Not just Jeffrey Epstein, but like, how did Bill Ackman get so rich? Is he really like a market genius? Is he? Is he like $9 billion smart?
No.
I know I'm not. Like, what is that? And why can't my kids buy a house anymore? Like, what's going on in this country? Why are a small number of pretty sleazy people collecting all the money and everyone else is like going backward, which is happening? And why are they? No, I'm serious. And those people, no matter what they do, are never punished for anything. Like, no matter what they do, they're never punished for anything. Bill Ackman goes on TV and is like, Herbalife is terrible. Driving down, this is very common, using CNBC to drive down stock prices and then betting against them in the market. It's called shorting. How in the world does that benefit the American economy? How is that capitalism as we were taught as kids? How is charging 30% on a credit card legal? When the mafia tried that, they went to jail under RICO.
Facts.
But that's suddenly allowed.
Facts.
A buddy of mine's daughter just got in trouble with a car loan. She refinanced her car at 40% interest. I said, let's get guns and go get the money back. And by the way, the last thing I'll say is, the one topic that nobody ever talks, everyone's like all about race hatred and you should hate this group for that reason. And it's the fault of this group, white people, black people, Jewish people, whatever.
Yeah.
The one thing that nobody ever debates in public is how the economy is structured.
Exactly right.
And why do hardworking people who actually add something to the country, who actually do meaningful work, creative work that's essential, string the power lines, teach the children, defend the borders, why are they getting paid the least? And people like Bill Ackman talking about Herbalife on CNBC's got $9 billion. Like, what is that?
I feel the same way about why teachers are lowball, why they paying all these entertainers. You know what I mean? Millions of dollars a year. But that's why our children are so damn dumbed down. That's why education in this country is so dumbed down, because athletes is getting paid more than the goddamn teachers. The people that actually teach your child on a day-to-day basis is getting lowballed, but they following behind these damn celebrities and shit. Yeah, why that don't make no sense. A nigga could dribble a ball up and down the court and get paid millions of dollars, but a teacher that actually have to be hands-on with the children every day get paid $40,000 a year, $45,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? That's like a disgrace, bro. That's a disgrace to our nation. I'm gonna be honest. That's why the population is so goddamn dumbed down. They follow the celebrity as they teacher now. The celebrity is they new leaders. Let's just call it what it is. People follow behind Beyonce all goddamn day. Behind goddamn all these celebrities and shit. They the new leaders. That's what people look up to the most, is these celebrities. Yeah, you gotta blame. Yeah, it's capitalism because they ain't allowing the free market to be free. That's what it is. Because if they allowed the free market to be free, then there'd be a lot of independent business thriving right now. But they never gonna allow the free market to just be free and let it do what it do. And that's just what's happening. They cornered the corporations is cornering and everything. You know what I mean? Yeah, I see a lot of people saying Kirk was murked by his own. That's possible because he could have been talking too much. I mean, right now we going over this Charlie Kirk guy did the interview with Tucker Carlson, and basically talking about the Epstein list and Mossad and Israel and all that shit. So yeah, they might have put a you know, one in his throat just to keep him quiet, and, you know, because he was talking too much. Let's just be real. I mean,
And you can't tell me if I oppose it that I'm a socialist, because I'm not. I was right wing before you were born, son. Shut up. I'm not a socialist. But by the way, socialism is what we're going to get.
Well, that's the point.
If we don't address it.
You
And
get Mom Donnie.
This kid in New York who's a
we're
total
already
creep.
under
Oh, there it is.
socialism.
This kid in New York who I don't like at all, you know, who's like just full rich kid, like tranny vax guy. You know, they're all the same. It's not even real socialism, but everyone's like, I can't believe he's going to win. Of course he's going to win. Because our economy is so distorted, so rigged against hardworking, honest people, American-born people, that they will, in the end, move to another system out of frustration. And that's exactly what happened in Venezuela.
I totally agree.
I know. I've been saying this since I wrote that book, whenever that was.
Well,
They
that's
ultimately fired me for it, but it's still true.
Didn't I say?
well, that's the agenda. They want to move to a newer system, and the people that's being, you know, that's in the way of that is the people they trying to force feed us in the media that these people are who they are. You know, like I said, if you want to, they trying to build a whole new infrastructure based off the financial system. It's not a lot of people that's going to go along with that. So yes, it's going to be a covert war at the top, and yes, it's going to trickle down to the little people. I mean, you got Trump bringing in the military on American soil, our military that our tax dollars is paying for, and they moving into these key areas of the cities to occupy: DC, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. Um, um, oh, it's another. I might be missing another one, but yeah, he's moving into these areas because they want to basically put the, you know, the police under federal jurisdiction and basically militarize the streets. Now, I'm gonna be honest. Some of these cities do need a little bit more law enforcement presence with all these murders that's going on. I'm gonna just be honest. Philadelphia is one of them. You know what I mean? Yes, some of these cities, Chicago is another one. Some of these cities do need military presence to kind of lower the shit that's going on. I mean, I don't 100% agree that it should be a 100% presence all the time, that the military should be there like permanent, but I believe some of these cities do need, because it's nothing their law enforcement is doing. Their officials is all corrupt. They ain't doing shit. Yeah, Baltimore, facts, which is next to DC and all that shit. So yeah, Baltimore I left out. That was the other one. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
This on stage at the beginning, guys, that economic disorder will lead to political radicalism.
I'm starting to
Well,
think
I don't
that.
know.
Like,
I mean,
well,
that-
I fell for that. I was so offended by that.
Well, it's still very real.
Oh, dude, I'm still offended by it. I'll never
Okay,
stop
I was
being
gonna say
offended. No, but I'm just saying, like, oh, I totally agree.
Okay,
It
yeah,
was
I'm
like,
just making sure we're not done with
oh,
the
it was like power bait, and I was a bass. I mean, I hit it immediately. And I will continue to hit it.
Me too.
Okay,
No,
right. No,
just so we're clear, we're
I'm
not
with you,
done.
dude.
Okay, we're going to
But
be on that
it was
bait.
used in a very tricky way.
I
to
agree. No, that's right.
So inflame normal people that they couldn't even think about other things like, why can't my kids buy a house? That's the question that makes me madder than any other question.
What you're getting at, and
I bought a house at 23.
I think what you're getting at is super profound. What you're saying is that there is a deliberate smokescreen operation
Yes!
by the ruling class to have us talk about stuff that is important but not as consequential as basic living necessities. Is that your argument, that they're throwing a bunch of smokescreen grenades?
And I don't mean to be mean to Ben Shapiro, who I like personally, but he's just like a living metaphor for this. It's like he'll do like 9 hours on trannies, 127 hours in Israel. But then if you're like, well, wait a second, why are we taxing?
See, that's what I'm talking about. None of these left or right, these left wingers or right wingers ain't talking about the real issues. They not. They just not, bro. That's why they got everybody fighting amongst each other about this left and right shit, because they got y'all all confused. They're not telling come on, y'all. I think people should be smart enough to know that both sides is ruled by the same people. Like, why are we still falling for this left and right shit? That means y'all, that's why motherfuckers is asleep. That's why people are asleep, because they still falling for left and right. Y'all ain't wake up yet and realize the left and right is still part of the same, the left plane, the left wing and the right wing is part of the same plane? Or y'all just want to be ignorant? Y'all want to remain ignorant. Y'all want to remain in the darkness and ignorance. It's the same organization. It's one organization. Yeah, I mean, it's one organization. That's it. It's no left and right. It's one organization. It's the 1% against everybody. That's really what it is. And of course, there's gonna be some people that get shot at the crap game at the table. Yeah. They're gonna take out some of their own. Yeah, because not everybody is gonna go along with the same agenda. And it's also a power grab. It's always also a power grab with the new infrastructure that's being set up, with this new digital cryptocurrency financial system that's being set up. It's a covert war going on behind the scenes. That's what's happening. That's why all this, and it's just trickling down to the little people. But y'all keep falling for that left and right stuff if y'all want to, bro. Y'all gonna be lost in the sauce. The left and right officials, the people that's running our government, is partying off our tax dollars. They're running sex trafficking rings off our tax dollars. They're doing all this shit off our tax dollars. It's left and right. Y'all keep thinking it's left. Oh, blame it on the liberals. Blame it on conservatives. It's both of them. It's when it comes to them higher up officials and these elected officials, they all part of the same team. When you gonna get that through y'all greasy head that they all part of the same team? They party together. They all part of the same club. They sniff coke together. They mess with prostitutes and children together. They together. It's our dumbasses that keep falling for this left and right shit, man. Y'all need to wake up to this shit, bro. Y'all need to shatter this paradigm and wake up to this fake ass matrix, bro. It's a false system. This shit need to be shattered. Y'all keep falling for that left and right shit. I'm tired of people coming in here talking about the left did it. Yeah, it's the left fault. It's the right fault. It's both of their faults. When it comes to that 1%, that's whose fault it is. And it's partially our fault for being ignorant and not being aware of what's really going on. Because we want to follow behind the herd. People don't want to be critical thinkers. They don't want to do their own research. They want to follow and follow behind whatever the mainstream media tell them to do. Stop falling for that shit, bro. Wake y'all asses up. Aren't y'all tired of being asleep at the wheel? Wake up before the car crash. Because it's about to crash. You need to wake up.
Income at twice the rate of investing. Twice the rate. I'm a rich person, by the way, just obviously. So, like, I guess I should be for lower capital gains rates, but like, I don't understand why someone who goes to work every day and makes a wage is paying twice the income tax as someone who's investing money in a PE firm. What's the answer? Shut up, Marxist. Okay. If that's your answer, I don't believe you. And that's like a real debate that we ought to have. We ought to have an economy that rewards decency, hard work, actual innovation, not fake.
It's called free market. Allow the market to be a free damn market. So the mom and pop stores that's actually the backbones of this country can thrive. They putting all the pressure on the smaller business owners. And they letting the corporations thrive to, you know what I mean, to the damn heavens. Allow the market to be free. You know what I'm saying? Free the market up. Allow the market to be free. Stop putting pressure on the smaller fucking business owners, man. And let the smaller business owners thrive, because that's what keep this country going. It's really the mom and pop stores of this country. The stores in our very own communities. Like they sending in hit corporations to take out all the mom and pop stores around. So they're sending Walmart in the area to basically dominate and take, you know, and basically dismantle all the mom and pop shops in the area. That's why y'all need to start supporting more of y'all local farmers, y'all local farmers markets and stuff like that. That's the people y'all need to support. Stop supporting these corporations, bro. Start supporting the people that's around, that's in your area, that's in your around your in your living surroundings. You know what I mean? Because that's the people that you day to day with. These corporations ain't doing nothing for us but force feeding us chemical poisons every day, mass produced forced chemical poisons every day. They ain't giving us no good quality products. Ain't no good quality products coming from none of these corporations. But I know where you can get good clean meat and good clean vegetables and fruits at your local farmers markets in your area. You better find your local farmers markets in your area that sell, you know, stuff that's picked right from their land, right then and there. It's not brung in from Mexico. It's not brung in from goddamn Thailand and China and all these. Why we have to eat fruits and vegetables from China and Thailand and all these foreign ass countries, bro? When we got soil right here, that's the shit I be talking about. We shouldn't be eating grapes and shit from China. That makes no sense. It's crazy, bro. That's why I said this empire has to crumble. I'm gonna be honest. It has to. The Great Reset they always talking about, yeah, that shit need to happen. The Great Reset needs to happen. But that shit it don't need to be in the hands of individuals that's corrupted. We don't need corrupted individuals running our lives every damn day. We don't. And these people is corrupted as hell.
AI innovation or just implants a chip in your brain. That's cool. That's not innovation. That's dystopia. Okay. But actual innovation, like making your life better, making it possible for you to spend more time with your kids. That does not mean faster texting. Okay. Or anything having to do with an iPhone. All this technology stuff is a full on lie.
Nah, this is an interview somebody said that's talking. No, this is an interview that Charlie Kirk did with Tucker Carlson. He's right there on the side of him. This is an interview that that's on Charlie Kirk's channel that he did with Tucker Carlson like a month ago maybe.
Got antibiotics,
surgery. Surgery's big.
I guess, yeah. I'm for surgery. I've had a couple.
No, like I mean, if you need an appendectomy, I mean,
I had an appendectomy.
Okay.
It was awesome.
I
enjoyed it.
I think surgery is a good thing.
Surgery? I'm not going full Kaczynski here. I'm
just trying to make sure we.
For y'all that just coming there, they talking about the Epstein shit. They talking about the Epstein files, and they talking about Epstein being tied to Mossad, to the Mossad Israeli intelligence and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I wanted to do some commentary on this video because this possibly can be a reason why they silenced this guy and put him out of his misery, because he was talking about, you know, Israel, Mossad, and, you know, he started kind of changing his views and all that. And then he, you know, speaks a lot about, you know, Jesus and Jesus Christ and things of that nature, which the establishment hate when people talk about Jesus Christ and you know, if they Israel sponsor, they don't believe in it, Jesus and all that. So you know how that whole thing. I ain't even gonna go into the Israel shit, but y'all know how that go when these people start talking about Jesus Christ and all that.
Give ourselves a little.
Next time, I'm having
Advil is okay.
Advil's so bad, dude.
Well, if you need it,
it's so bad. My college roommate got liver disease from it. Look, I don't take any Advil. Just drink water. I don't use whatever. Don't even get me going. Do I oppose electricity? Yeah, kind of.
Antibiotics. We can at least agree.
Whoever said woo, I'm on your side. Woo.
We do overuse antibiotics for the record.
But the point is, to all the, here's what drives me bonkers, and here's the conversation I think we need, is where do the smart, ambitious young people go? They are the country, okay? I'm losing intelligence and ambition and youth at a high rate.
They're here at this conference.
It's not about me. It's about the 23-year-old who's like, oh man, I got to make my way in the world. What do I do? How can I do it? Mushroom, that's not the answer, dude. Been there, doesn't, no.
Somebody asked the question or posed the question, why you think people are comfortable laughing at his death? Because you got to realize people is desensitized now. I mean, the social media has created a environment where people are desensitized and people are, inhumane. I mean, we just watched the lady get stabbed on a train, and people just sat there and watched her bleed out. Nobody got up to help her do anything. Like, they just got up out the way. You had some people taking pictures of the lady dying and bleeding out. So that just shows you how passive these, the population is. People are, they're desensitized. It's like they really don't care. People is like in their own world, in their own mind, in their own space, and they just don't care about what's going on around them. Yeah, I mean, so for people to mock somebody's death because they didn't agree with his political views, it's retarded to me. I don't get it. I don't know. People just leave. Basically, humanity is done with. People don't care no more. They say, yeah, it's good. It's good that he died and all that. They ain't really thinking about person having children, family and all that. They don't care about that, or just having care for human life. Period. People don't care about that. People are, listen. It's going to be a different breed out here. Generations ahead are not going to have the same moral principles that certain values of certain age groups in this country grew up off of. Now it's going to get worse. Yes, it will get worse before it gets better. So yeah, it's going to go through some worse turmoil, probably worse than we ever seen, and some of us probably going to be dead and gone. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, it is what it is. People don't care about human life anymore like that. It's not important to them. It's like if it ain't directly, happening to them, they don't give a shit. Yeah, it was weird that they actually seen that woman just die out. It just sat there and watched her bleed out, and they ain't get up. They ain't nobody got on their phone to call 911. None of that. That's just crazy to me. I don't get it, bro. I don't know. That's all I got to answer for about that. That's it. It's crazy.
Call me. No, that person is either going into technology or money lending.
I'm gonna look and see if any more updates
and
on
by
this
technology,
situation.
it's high technology. It's not how do we get
Hardware.
more efficient power lines. It's how do we make a circular saw with a tighter kerf. It's not meaningful technology. It's how do we make a more addictive video game, or how do we totally destroy human agency forever by creating a machine to think for people? It's like the worst kind of technology. And so I feel like we're siphoning off our best. And the way they do it is always by telling you, we need to do this or China's going to beat us. China's going to beat us on the AI race. I'm okay with that. They can also beat us on the fentanyl race. You know what I mean? And they can have more physician-assisted suicide too. Let them win. Not interested in any of that crap. What I'm interested in is a world where my kids can thrive and have children of their own who can also thrive. That's the measure. And anything that falls short of that measure is evil. And once you see the world in those terms, you just reframe everything and you realize we need way fewer Bill Ackmans, and we need an actual wholesale rethinking and a public conversation about where the money goes, not just to Epstein, but to all of us.
So in closing, because we got to get you on stage, Tucker, I'm upset you didn't bring the heat today. So
you spun me up, Charlie.
Oh, I have a way to do that. That's why the Charlie Kirk show is the best, right? Conversations here that no one else gets. So Tucker, you're getting at a core thing, which is that the material life of this generation is significantly worse than prior. It creates bad politics. It creates broken marriages, broken relationships. Washington, D.C. seems to not care. You get. It will be Mamdani-ism. You get hundreds of him.
Yeah.
He will replicate himself in every city, every corner across the country.
And they always blame the wrong people. They're like, it's pretty. I mean, look, there are a lot of problems, and Bill Ackman's not, and Ben Shapiro, they're not responsible for all of them. I don't mean to. I'm simplifying dramatically. All of us are complicit in what our society has become, including me. I made an Amazon order yesterday. I did feel self-hatred, but I did it. So we're all complicit in this. My problem with the reform movement,
There's a lot of complicity going on,
and this would include, Hugo Chavez, who led a really important reform movement in Venezuela against a totally screwed up centralized economy that was like screwing the country. And then he made it way worse. They always blame the wrong people. They never blame the people in charge. They always blame the people right below them who aren't really responsible. And they always make it worse. So revolutions are not what you want. Very few have been successful. Ours is the only one I can think of that's been successful. And Mamdani will always, let's be like, what's the whites' fault? It's the whites. The white people are getting away with it. We need to tax, he said that. We need to tax the whites.
We need to tax white neighborhoods.
Well, first of all, that's just race hate. So I'm against it. If he said the Jews or the blacks or the Filipinos, I'd just be against it because I'm against that kind of talk and thinking, period. But moreover, it doesn't work. You know exactly where that's going. Mugabe tried it in Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. It became the poorest country in the world. Hugo Chavez did something similar in Venezuela. It's just been, and needless to say, it's happening in South Africa right now. And you can see where that's going. Last thing I'll say, there's a reason it's going there. And that's because the current system is making people desperate and nihilistic. And when you stand up and tell them they have no right to ask about Jeffrey Epstein and where his money came from, you're ensuring that New York's not the only city that's going to get its own Hugo Chavez.
Last question, then we got to get you on stage. Why are so many young people going back to church? Let's talk about something promising. It is happening. It's happening in record numbers.
Because God is moving. That's why. I mean, if you'd asked me that 3 years ago, I would have said it's because the promise of the modern West, the post-war West, God died when we dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, obviously, because we assumed godlike powers. We have the power of life and death over the planet, over humanity itself. And so that was literally the moment when the West stopped believing in God and things began to fall apart. I'm not defending Imperial Japan. It's just a fact. Rather, that's my interpretation of the facts. But anyway, this has been happening for a long time. And the prizes that we award to the winners in our society are mostly not worth having. It's just material wealth, which is not the source of happiness, as anyone who's ever gotten rich, including me. I've been rich and poor. It's better than being in debt, which is bad, but it doesn't make you happy. Of course not.
Not being in crisis makes you happy.
Of course, that's right. Not being in debt, not having a mortgage, that's all good.
That's important.
But like, how much French toast can you eat? Like, seriously, how many hours can you sit in bed? It's like not that exciting, actually. So I would have told you 3 years ago, if you said, why are people returning to church? Why is Christianity resurgent? I would say because they found Western materialism fundamentally unsatisfying and they're looking for something more. I no longer think that. I think what you're seeing is a supernatural phenomenon. I think you're seeing this.
And then not only that, it's a lot of people walking away from certain religions, like the younger generation of Islam. A lot of them are walking away from Islam because a lot of them are converting over to Christianity and so it's a lot of changes that's being made within people following religion. There's a lot of changes being made. And it's just, I don't know, man. People are, it's a lot of, if you believe it or not, a lot of those younger generations over there in that country, because they so hard on religion as far as like arranged marriages, you gotta find a wife or you gotta have money to get to marry, like just their rules over there in those Muslim countries is way different. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of those younger generations are kind of falling away from that from that old tradition of religion. A lot of them becoming more into spirituality, and some of them are leaving Islam and going into Christianity. You know what I mean? So, you know that, I mean, it's just a lot of things going on with that, and you can kind of see why, because you know the oppression that's happening. You know, religion got a way of oppressing people as well. So, or yeah, I mean, organized religion got a way of oppressing people. You know, so yeah, that's just what
Spirit
happened.
of God
It
moving
is what it is.
among people. I can't believe I'm saying this.
You're
I
an
never used to.
Episcopalian?
I
Right.
know I
What is
was.
wrong with you?
I
by the
left
people.
and it became
That's
Wiccan,
true.
but
True.
that's how I was
You're
raised.
talking like a Pentecostal.
No, I don't know what I am, but I try to describe things as honestly as I can. Clearly, we've seen evil move among us.
Correct.
We see it all the time, all the time. It's not rational. It's not political. No one's getting rich from it. The point is destruction. That's the point. Why would you give fentanyl to addicts? Why would you invite 500,000 Haitians here with no
COVID
jobs?
shot.
It's the COVID shot. It's only to destroy. So we all know that. That's evil. That's what evil looks like. But evil has a counterbalance, which is actually more powerful, and it's called good. It's the Spirit of God. And you are seeing that, and I am seeing it all the time, and it's what keeps me from being despondent. And I see it, as you see everything, through other people. And I've lived in a secular world my whole life, and certainly in the news business for 35 years, I've only known secular people. There are no religious people in the news business, none. Maybe in the editing room or something, but they don't talk. And I now know people personally really well who are like, yeah, I was like praying the other day, or was reading the Bible, or I think I believe in Jesus. What? Use the J word? And I'm seeing that everywhere. And so that leads me to believe this is not organic. This is supernatural. People don't say that. They're not moved to that except by God's power moving them.
I'm
You
trying
don't
to see if
have
they release
eyes
more
to see or
updates on
ears
this,
to hear
would-be
unless
establishment
God
of-
gives them to you. So I think that.
So how has God been at work in your life?
I don't know. I'm so
FBI
focused on my
release
inherent
things.
shittiness that sometimes it's
So-
hard to see it.
That's why you're a good Christian.
I don't know.
No, the first rule of Christianity is understand you are
Well, I definitely marinated in that.
totally depraved.
Oh, I'm definitely aware of that.
Total depravity is the
if you
beginning.
ever-
You know you need Jesus if you stay in total
It's,
depravity.
I always tell the kids who work for me, the one person I don't trust is me because I know him so well. No, I think I'm just so aware of it. I mean, I think one of the ways that people change when they start thinking about God is your timeline gets longer and you realize that this is just a snapshot in eternity and it's not the end and it wasn't the beginning when you were born. Like, this is a lot bigger. You start thinking about what happens after you die. It's not the end. And you start seeing the world in those terms. Death is not the worst thing. You know, you can live in hell on earth by being trapped by lies. And that's a choice that all of us make every day. Am I going to participate in the lie or not? And it's not that hard to say, no, I'm not. And it's incredibly, I hate the word, but it's true, empowering to decide that to the extent I remember, I'm not going to lie. And we're also prone to lying, me included. Like, they just like come out lies all the time. Lying, more lying. You know, we're just like that way. But if you try, be like, no, I'm going to tell the truth. In the small things and the big things. No, I think the fish was only 13 inches. It was not a 19-inch trout. I'm just going to be honest. I think it was 13 inches. I'm a trout fisherman. If you just get in the habit of doing that, you find yourself filled with this crazy power from outside you, which is by definition supernatural power, and you become stronger. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. I really believe that. I've experienced that. The spoken truth. The spoken truth.
That's the logos.
In the beginning
No, the
was
living
wisdom.
is the living truth, not just the spoken truth, but the living truth. Living in truth, not just speaking about truth, but actually living it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just about speaking on it, it's actually living it. That's where the work is being done. You can't, So yeah, I see a lot of people said something, feel some type of way because I said, well, hey man, I said what I said, man. Listen, it is what it is. I mean, religion, is had its place or whatever, but a lot of people is, kind of falling away from certain organized religions that's going on. It is what it is. Of course, there's still gonna be a lot of people that's involved with religion, but you gotta realize generations ahead, it's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna start falling away from the old traditions. It's just what it is. I mean, they say it's prophecy, you know.
Logos, the word.
Do away with man's traditions. It's prophecy.
Which is the word logos.
Yeah.
Which is the spoken.
And the
truth.
word was.
And the word was flesh.
Yeah.
And the word was God, and God became flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I would never hold myself out as an example for anyone to follow.
I'm trying to get some updates on this. All right, let me go ahead and switch to the media because they still pushing this picture of this guy that's supposed to be the would-be assassin. So let's get into that.
Breaking news into our studio as 5 historically Black colleges and universities are now on alert after receiving threats. And I did want to share what each of these universities and colleges are sharing with
There's a
the
lot of
public
school
right
shootings
here.
going
This
on
is
too.
a social media post from Hampton
crazy.
University stating that the university has received notice of a potential threat and has ceased all non-essential activity effective immediately. They say the safety and well-being of our students, faculty, staff, and visitors remain our
A lot of
highest
school shootings,
priority.
a lot of school
All
threats.
campus activities and classes are canceled today and tomorrow to include all athletic events and activities, and campus community is encouraged to conduct any meetings and remotely. So we are continuing to follow this. We also have a number of other tweets that I did want to share with you. This from Southern University and AMM College stating that this university also has received a potential threat to campus safety and is on lockdown. They say that the lockdown applies to the entire Baton Rouge landmass, which also includes Southern University Law Center, Agriculture Research and Extension Center, and the laboratory school. They say if you are on campus, you should shelter in place until further notice, as the university is working with law enforcement agencies. We also have a number of other posts that we want to get to. This is from Alabama State University, as it has now canceled campus activities today, stating that the campus will be closed for the remainder of the day. Campus police, along with other law enforcement agencies, are actively clearing all buildings on campus. Once your building has been cleared, it says you will be permitted to leave only through the front entrance of your building. They say this is for your safety right there. So we are continuing to follow a number of other ones, including Virginia State University, stating that this university has received a threat to campus out of an abundance of caution. VSU rather remains on lockdown. Please continue to check for updates. And this final one that I did want to bring in, this is from Bethune-Cookman University, stating that due to a potential threat to campus safety, as a precaution, the university is currently on lockdown. All classes have been canceled. Students should return to their dorm rooms and shelter in place. All faculty and staff should head home, and those not on campus should plan to work remotely. Safety, they say, is our first priority, and we will continue to provide updates. So that is the very latest as we continue to follow all of these developments right here. We are working to gather more information just in terms of what these potential threats are. But threats, this is a live look right here from Daytona. And also we saw at least one, the killer of Charlie Kirk, after he was assassinated yesterday while speaking to a campus crowd. This is a live look right here from the campus. And I did want to provide more information as the FBI continues to provide more information, including releasing new photos of a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I did want to share the very latest with you. These are the photos that the FBI has now released, and you can see 2 different vantage points of
So this is supposed to be the guy right here, the would-be shooter right here. I don't believe. I don't know. Why all these so-called shooters be looking alike? They always got sunglasses on, dressed in black with the hat. Like all these mother effers be looking alike. Like, And so they saying this is supposed to be the guy right here. I don't know. What y'all think? Do y'all think this could be possibly be the shooter right here? Yeah, they be on. You said MK Ultra. They be on some charity candidate type shit, right? Manchurian candidates. That's what they are, right? Yeah, same disguise. Like that shit kind of look like Luigi Mangione was looking like same. They always got these people looking like. Do y'all think these be cells and shit? I don't know, man. I don't know. I still don't think Luigi Mangione was the official shooter of that CEO of the healthcare CEO. I I don't know, man. I think it'd be a lot of cover-ups and shit. A lot of these people be like the fall guys, crisis actors, fall guys. All they be incorporating all that type of shit. It's like mainstream media, boy. I don't know. We seen what they did with 9/11, with that whole ordeal for the people that was tapped in at that time. Uh, it's just be all types of editing camera tricks with mainstream media. Now, why is this picture all grainy and shit, all distorted? Like you can't even see his face really. It's like all distorted and they supposed to have like the best technology. I mean, damn FBI, this all y'all can release? There's some shit like this. It's crazy to me, yo. This is crazy. Some bullshit.
The person they're calling a person of interest.
Persons of
You can
interest.
see that this individual is wearing very dark attire, a baseball
Yeah,
hat,
it looks no different from
sunglasses, as well as long sleeve shirts and
Luigi
pants right
Mangione.
there. The sniper who assassinated Charlie Kirk is believed to have jumped off a roof, fleeing into a neighborhood after firing one shot, and has not been identified. So this is a person that they're calling a person of interest, and they're asking the public to share any information should they have it. So this is a live look there on campus as the manhunt continues for Charlie Kirk's
Yeah, they said
killer.
it's not an
And
FBI
I did
video.
want to
It's
share a little
probably,
bit more information after the FBI did
surveillance
release
footage.
more details earlier today, disclosing that they have recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle they believed was used in the attack. They're also reviewing video footage of the person they believe was responsible. Now, the shooter did appear to be of college age, blending in on the university campus where Charlie Kirk was killed yesterday. That is according to the commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety. Right now, it remains unclear as to exactly how far the shooter traveled, although law enforcement officials did say that they found a rifle in nearby woods, along with other material there as well. And we also wanted to share another social media post from Fox News, as they did provide a little bit more information into some more details. And we're going to work to get that social media post up for you as we continue to take a live look right here on the campus. You can still see some of the crime scene tape around this area as so many people were fleeing. But we do have that social media post up right now stating that sources have told Fox News that messages were found written on the gun and ammunition used in the assassination of Charlie
Same.
Kirk.
Yo,
So that
you
is
gotta
the very
peep.
latest information that we
I
did
gotta peep what she
want to
just
bring
said.
to you. And we continue to follow more
Messages written on the
information
gun.
right here. And for that, we do want to bring in Kenneth Valentine.
Didn't they say, messages written on, what was it on something with Mangione, with Luigi Mangione, wanting some messages written down. Like it sounded like the same script, same rollout. She said it was a message written on a gun. It sounded like the same script from Luigi Mangione shit. That's why, they be playing in our faces. They be playing in our faces with this shit, bro. This is crazy to me. What y'all think? You think they playing in the public faces with this? I don't believe that's the shooter. I don't.
Who is a retired Secret Service special agent. And Kenneth, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Most welcome, Stephanie.
So I want to start off with this, the photos that the FBI just released a short time ago. They're calling this person a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murders. This is the very first time that we're even seeing photos of someone that they're interested in. What can you glean from the FBI sharing these photos and, you know, the information that we've been receiving from them?
Well, I think the more information they put out, the better, because someone's going to identify this person and know who this is and start the process of making that positive identification. And that is critical, because once he's positively identified, then they can start searching for social media, for access, you know, financial transactions, cell phone, all those things that in today's society you tend to have and that tend to leave a trail behind for how to find you. So the
Make sure y'all
more
double tap the
information they
screen
put
like
out,
this
the
video,
more the public
please.
is likely to
For
make an
algorithm purposes,
identification,
please
give
double
them a
tap.
tip, some piece of information that's going to bring this puzzle to fruition and help us to locate this guy.
I also wanted to ask you, we did receive, you know, we heard new information from the FBI this morning as they indicated that they found a high-powered bolt action rifle that was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. When you hear specifically the make and model, you know, of the weapon that was used in this assassination, what can you glean from that information?
I don't think that's him.
Well, you know, the first question is that the rifle, or is this something that somebody put out there? I think the inscriptions on the rifle and on the shell casings are going to give away the shooter's motive, if that's indeed his rifle and his ammunition, much like the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO, when the killer there did the same thing. So it sounds like a little bit of a copycat scenario, possibly. And it's going to help us to identify them. There's going to be DNA hopefully left behind there that would also help triangulate who this person is. We know the motive now, if that bears out. And so all of that is very, very helpful. And so, you know, in a time when we don't have a terrible lot to be thankful for, you know, Charlie Kirk, a great American, is dead. We're mourning 9/11 24 years later. And so any news that they want to pass that's going to help us in this search is good news to me.
You know, it's interesting because you bring up the Luigi Mangione case, and
That's
that's
what I
really
just
what
said.
happened is that
I
there were
just said
initial, you know,
Luigi
kind of
Mangione.
grainy surveillance video footage of him.
That's what I said.
And then, you know, a number of days later, law enforcement, they find the weapon, they find these engravings, and then eventually.
See, even the media said it. They said it. I said it before they said it. Didn't I say grainy footage? Luigi Mangione, messages on the weapon. Same thing with Mangione. Messages on the weapons, on the bullets, and same deal, same script. So you mean to tell me that this can't be no coincidence? They playing in our faces, y'all.
You know, he was captured as a suspect in that murder. You know, especially with the engravings, you know, it almost seems like, you know, they don't. They want to be caught in a way. They want their message to be heard, to be found, you know, and to get it out there. You know, what do you make of that? Because it seems like it would only make sense to try and hide your tracks if you didn't want to be found.
I agree, Stephanie. And there seems to be some sort of a sick celebrity notion that goes along with doing these acts of violence. And, you know, you go all the way back to the Lincoln assassination when the killer, you know, John Wilkes Booth, jumped from the stage and tried to make some theatrical getaway, not trying to hide who he was or who did it, and broke his leg in the process. But, you know, there's a big part of me that's really disgusted by how much this seems to be celebrated. Certainly after the United Healthcare assassination, there was a lot of seeming celebration
by certain people about his killing, and I certainly hope we don't go there with this one as well. But the killers seem to have this mindset that suggests that that is an aspect of it. If this
Ouija
guy
magic on,
truly
y'all.
wanted to not have his identity known, he would have been fully covered here. His face, he covered his eyes and his head, but how hard would it be to get a ski mask and wear that and be completely covered, not even give away skin tone or anything like that? So there does seem to be that sick celebrity violence that goes with this, and I hope that we do a good job of putting that to bed and not celebrating that.
You know, and let's also talk about some of this video that we've seen of an individual on the roof of this campus. When we're talking about the security measures in place for these very high profile individuals, you know, especially at a time when there's so much volatility and anger, you know, what do you glean from that? Because again, this just reminds me of the assassination attempt against President Trump, when this individual was allowed and actually did scale onto the roof. And that was when Secret Service were there. You know, you would think that lessons would have been learned in terms of, you know, how to protect areas.
Right. No, that's a fantastic and insightful question. The three most important things about protecting people and events are prevention. The second one is prevention, and the third one is prevention. And what we're seeing here is a failure to prevent knowable acts of violence that are possibly going to happen. And in the case of Butler, the Secret Service failed to prevent long-range threats. They provided executive protection, they provided some event security, but they failed to mitigate long-range threats. Very preventable, very identifiable and mitigatable. In this situation, Charlie Kirk did have an executive protection team, but they're looking in. You know, you saw a few people flanking him. You saw one gentleman in front of him that, you know, by the time the shot rang out, Charlie Kirk was falling backwards. This guy still hadn't reacted, nor would he have the opportunity to react. The event is already over. And so there's a failure to prevent here. And there are mitigations that can be put in place, even at outdoor events, that are precautions that should be taking place when you have high visibility people that are, receiving death threats every day. I love the fact that molecular resonance is on the horizon, and the day that becomes commercially available and usable by law enforcement and event security people, we're going to be way ahead, because, you know, even if they had put up magnetometers for this event and everyone who went into that bowl went through a magnetometer, it only stops people in that bowl from having weapons. And so there's the mitigation of those near threats. But long range threats still existed outside the bowl. Molecular resonance would have picked that up. Based molecular resonance technologies is right on the horizon and ready to go. So that will help mitigate those things. But there are other things that could have been done. They could put up flags. They could have, put up barriers to make the bowl rim higher so that shots like that wouldn't even be possible. So there's a failure to prevent, and you can say what you want, but prevention is not cheap. It is expensive. It comes at a cost. But my goodness, the cost of not preventing these things is so much higher.
And I also wanted to talk to you about this, Kenneth, because time is always of the essence. And the FBI earlier today was stating that it appeared as though, the suspect was blending into the crowd of college-age students. What do you make of that? Because now, we're coming up on, almost 24 hours since they were able to escape. What kind of footprint is the FBI and other organizations taking a look at?
Oh, you know what? The FBI is very, very good at what they do. My dad is a retired FBI agent. My uncle was in the FBI as well. And so my hat's off to them. They've got a big job, and they're going to have to cast a very wide net, but they're looking at this from every conceivable angle, both from physical evidence, forensic evidence, videotape evidence, and then eyewitness accounts
Yeah, they're
too.
gonna have
And
to
so
comb through
now
all
that
that
we
shit.
have a weapon found in the woods, we know direction of travel. We can start scouring neighborhoods for video evidence, in addition to the event evidence. So they've got their hands full, but now we have a direction of travel. We have a means, we have a motive, we have a photo that can be disseminated, and the tips are going to start coming in, and hopefully the chokehold on this guy is quickly brought to a close, and we have him in custody.
You know, you were mentioning, Kenneth, that the FBI always does a tremendous job, with experts, their background. How much are they not telling us? You know, obviously we now have these photos of the person of interest. They've shared that they've located the rifle, and they're taking a look at, various pieces of evidence. But beyond that, how much more are they withholding to maintain the integrity of this investigation?
Well, at the end of the day, they are going to want to get prosecution on this guy. So they are going to hold close certain pieces of evidence that they don't want to disclose because of that pending prosecution and hopeful prosecution of this guy. But what they are going to put out is information that they need more information about. So things like photos and I hope that they put out the what's transcribed from the etchings that they find, because that may be common language. They're going to be scouring social media for those same words to see if anyone has put out anything like that. Maybe it's unusual and shows that direction of interest toward Charlie Kirk. And
so what they probably going to do is roll out his name next, because the same thing they did with Mangione. They, put out some images or whatever, video footage, and then I guess they kind of tracked the name down. I still don't think Mangione was the was the shooter. I still think it was cover up, but that's just my opinion on that. But yeah, this grainy footage, this grainy picture right here is supposed to be the would-be shooter of Charlie Kirk. I'm waiting for more information to come out, because I know how the media do. I know how they do with this FBI and them. It's the same pattern. So they're going to drop the name next, and that's what I'm waiting on, to see who the so-called name is, so we can start, looking them up on social media and shit. Because that's the same thing happened with Mangione. They dropped his name, and everybody ran to look up the social medias and all that. When they found his Twitter page jumped up. It had like maybe a few hundred followers on there, and that shit jumped up to like 1 million before they snatched it down. You know what I mean? So people was running and trying to find the videos and track his his movements on social media and shit. So that's what I'm waiting for them to do, drop the name, so we can start looking up the person and seeing who this supposed person is.
And others like it. So they're going to put out all the things that that people can help with, that are going to bring this to a conclusion. And with my prayer is that is today. We really need closure on this, and not have this guy running around.
Law enforcement, everyone has said that this was an assassination. This was Charlie Kirk was specifically targeted. When you take a look at the method, when you take a look at the timeline, when you take a look at all of the pieces of information that we know, how much intention do you feel was put into this act of violence?
Well, in my estimation, there's a lot of intention here. This person had to figure out ahead of time where might he likely get a good shot and get away, because most of these guys are opportunists. They don't want to be caught, certainly not immediately. So they're going to look for a place where they can conduct their crime and get away. And so this guy found a rooftop. Chances are he had to know how to get up on that rooftop. So he's done pre-attack surveillance that would lend itself to his success on the day of. The fact that he made a 200-yard shot is good to know, because that suggests to me that this is not the first time he's fired a rifle, that he likely had an optic on top of that rifle that helped him zero it in. Unfortunately, he waited until Charlie Kirk put his hand down with that microphone that may have helped deflect that shot. But at the moment that Charlie put his hand down with that microphone is when he fired that shot. And unfortunately, it was a very effective, well-targeted shot. And and it was
He said it was
unencumbered
a
because his
professional
hand
hit.
was down. So I suspect that he
Definitely a
did wait for
professional
that.
hit.
So it shows, some patience on his part. I'm not going to say he's some kind of professional, but he certainly showed some patience and some diligence
He had to be a
and some
professional, yo.
pre-attack, work that he put into accomplishing his mission.
All right, and I did want to share, and I just wanted to take this in full for our viewers, another look at
I'm
the
waiting on
person
a
of
name, y'all.
interest.
That's what I'm
The
waiting
FBI
on.
just releasing these photos.
They gonna release the
They're
name
calling this
next.
individual a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder, and now they are offering a reward of up to $100,000. The FBI also
Ooh,
sharing this
$100,000
via
reward.
X, stating that they are offering a
Oh,
reward of up to $100,000 for
100 grand,
information
y'all. Anybody
leading to
know him?
the identification and arrest
Let's
of the
find him so we can
individual
split
or
it.
individuals responsible for the murder of.
Oh, $100,000, y'all. Let's find this guy so we can split the money, y'all. Anybody know this guy? Let's see if they release the name so we could track him down so we can split the money, y'all. Who down? Who down to go in so we can split this money, y'all? Who want to go? Who down to search this guy and search him out so we could all split this money? That $100,000 sound good right now, don't it? Don't it sound good to you? Let's find this guy so we can turn him in and get this $100,000 reward and split this money.
Charlie
Let's
Kirk.
get
So
it.
we did want to share that with you, but we're also following, some other breaking news stories. And, Kenneth, I did want to ask you about this as we are,
Where y'all at in
receiving
Utah? Where
information
y'all at,
that
Utah people?
5 historically
Track
black
them down.
colleges and universities are now on alert after threats. And, you were listening in as I was reading some of those, statements from the university. They're calling this, out of an abundance of caution. But I have to imagine whatever information that they received that they have identified as potential threats were serious enough for them to put the campus on lockdown, cancel classes, and in some cases for 2 days and tell everyone to just stay away. When you hear that preliminary information,
Somebody said stitches get stitches, brother. That's funny as
what are
shit.
your thoughts? This does come the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This also comes on the day
SW, I
marking
see you, brother. What's going
9/11.
on with you?
What are your thoughts
Sean
when
David
you
Wade
hear
show.
that
Shout out to
5
the
of
brother,
these
man.
universities specifically have now acted, because of these potential threats?
Yeah. Well, the first thought is that
That
it
money,
sounds like
$100,000
they are
for this
acting
dude.
in an abundance of caution, and my hope is that if they are acting on specific and credible information about
Somebody said
attacks or
stitches get
threats,
stitches,
that
brother.
those are followed up. That those are followed up at the highest
Somebody said
priority to
stitches
put in
stitches
custody
end up
people
in
who are going to do this. Enough of the
Yo,
violence. We've seen enough.
y'all
We
funny
don't
as
need
shit.
any more of this. It's not helpful on in any way, shape, or form. And so if there are people making threats to students and faculty, to campuses and to other human beings, then they need to be stopped. They need to be prosecuted, and they need to be brought to justice, and make an example of them, because the American people have had enough of this. And so if there are people making threats to anyone out there, I certainly hope that those are going to be taken very seriously. It sounds like the campuses have taken them very seriously. I hope that law enforcement will follow up and bring people making threats to justice, because it simply does not help our situation. It's the wrong response at the wrong time.
Yeah, I feel like it ain't the right guy
And before
neither,
we let you
y'all.
go, Kenneth, I did want to get your take. We are
I don't feel like
commemorating,
it's the right,
24 years since
like the fall
September
guy.
11th. This is a live look right here, as many continue to honor the.
Yeah, because the storyline just sounds too familiar. It sounds too similar to Luigi Mangione. They find the weapons, they find bullets, they got, special messages on there, engravings on the weapon and all that. It's the same script. So come on now. I don't know if this is really the guy now. I'm waiting to see a name so we can look this person up on social media and see what they've been doing on social media and see if the story adds up. Because that's what I'm waiting. Because they're gonna roll a name out next. It probably within the next hour or two, they're gonna roll that name out because they already rolled the picture out. Which means if they rolled the picture out, they already tracking who the person is, the image. Whoever the person is, they run them through their little face recognition thing, and they track the name, and they're gonna roll the name out next. So that's what I'm waiting on. They should be leaking the name out sometime very soon, in the near hour or two or so. The name will be released. Same patterns, y'all. Just looking at the patterns.
Those who have lost their
How
lives,
mainstream media,
and you
how
have a
the
very,
FBI works.
your own
So that's what
personal
I'm waiting on.
experience with September 11th. Before we let you go, I did want to give you the opportunity to, to share your thoughts and your own experience on this day.
Well, thank you, Stephanie.
Same
9/11 is a
script.
special day
Facts.
for so many people, and myself and many of my colleagues assigned to the Presidential Protection Detail that day with the U.S. Secret Service hold it in special memory. And I was not with him in Florida that day. I actually had the day off, which was a little unusual, given that I had that happened on a Tuesday. I had Tuesday and Wednesday off, and it was the first time in my tenure on the President's Detail that I received 2 days off in a row. So it was, of course, I didn't get 2 days off in a row, but I was scheduled that way. So I was grateful for that. But I did have to respond to the White House that night and serve the President and the First Lady, protecting them at night at the White House on the evening of 9/11, when we did get a report that there was a loose aircraft that was headed for the White House. And based on
Where was y'all at when 9/11 happened? Let's see in the chat, y'all. Where was y'all at when 9/11 took place? Where was y'all at?
the speed, the direction of travel, all those things, they estimated that we had less than 2 minutes to make a decision, and the decision was made to evacuate the President and First Lady from the impact zone of the White House. So we did that, and I talk about that in my book, Cheating Death, because it was the perfect way to explain how preparation meets opportunity.
Yeah,
And,
somebody said a
we
daycare.
all rehearsed this drill. We were all prepared to evacuate the President and the First Lady from the White House, and we had done this over and over and over, knew exactly what we were going to do, when we were going to do it.
There's a lot of y'all young bucks up in this joint.
And the First Lady, obviously, and certainly not under duress. And 9/11 showed us that the training that we received, the preparation that we put in, was all worth it, because we effected a very efficient and
Nigga say he was in his daddy's
effective evacuation
Hey, you
that
wasn't
night
even born
for
yet.
the President, First Lady. Thankfully, it wasn't a false alarm. It actually was a military jet that was on
Air Force.
did not have his transponder turned on. Was not
Damn,
on the
somebody
right
said they
frequency.
seen the planes flying over. Shit.
He came a lot closer to
Seventh
dying that
grade,
night than we did,
very
because he
bad
was
for that.
almost
Damn.
shot out of the sky, but thankfully got on the right frequency just in the nick of time. So preparation meets opportunity. I'm out preaching that. I write that in my books, and I talk about how we have to stay prepared. We have to stay vigilant, and it pays off. And it pays off when you least expect it. But you don't want to be making up your plan in the moment. You want to be prepared for that. You want to think that through ahead of time, and then the opportunity will, show itself.
Kenneth, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us on a number of major stories as we continue our coverage throughout the day. We appreciate it.
You're most welcome.
And here is a live look of One World Trade Center out of New York City as we continue to honor those who lost their lives 27 years ago in the September 11th attacks. We are going to be stepping away briefly, continuing our coverage in just a moment.
Dang. Yeah, I was asking y'all, what was y'all at during the time of 9/11?
Glasses, a black long, possibly a bald eagle, stitched into it, along with dark pants. So we did want to share that with you. It also appears perhaps that this individual might be carrying something or having his arm rest on the right-hand side of the screen. Meanwhile, earlier this morning, the FBI also released more information stating that they did retrieve a high-powered bolt-action rifle that they believed was used in the attack, and that they are currently reviewing video footage of the person they believe was responsible. I did want to share the very
$100,000 reward out for this so-called would-be shooter of Charlie Kirk, $100,000 reward. And like I said, they the same outfit. It's the same script, same outfits. They dressed in black, sunglasses, hat on. Same Luigi Mangione script. That, like we don't even know if this person is the actual shooter or not. They just say he's a possible suspect. So we waiting to see them. We waiting on more updates for them to roll the name out, something. Video footage.
The latest update from the FBI right now.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media, and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night, I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that is committing this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her. So you're this thing back into FBI. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what are the security arrangements in place? Is that movement being monitored? It's a question many people will have.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. And we're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
You mentioned that you found the gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods? And is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Ball, speak with the BBC. From the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However,
we wait for the name.
Doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
But you have a clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Could you take the weapon's owner?
That you've been able to recover, do you believe you know this person is the person that you believe?
So you gotta understand what they do. They throw, you know, his picture up in the media just to see who's going to contact them, you know, so they can reveal who the name is of this person. I'm pretty sure they probably got the name by now, but they do this in order, you know, because you might have a family member might call in and contact them, be like, yeah, that's my child, or that's my cousin, or, you know, my friend, or, you know what I mean, just to throw the picture out to get, you know, to see what type, you know, information comes back. But they also running his shit through face recognition as well, just to see if he pops up in the system. Maybe charges from juvenile. I mean, well, not juvenile, but charges, you know, previous charges. Maybe he might have runs in with the law, whatever. So yeah, they trying to definitely look for. They definitely combing through this shit to see who this guy is, and they should already know by now, because it don't take the FBI that long. Once they get a facial recognition of a person, they run that through the system and put the information out there. It comes back pretty fast. So I'm waiting on them to release the name, because that's the next, you know, phase they're going to do next, is release the name. So that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting to see who this guy is so we can start looking him up on social media and see past videos and see if any of this matches up to the person they going to roll out and say this is the guy that's the shooter. So I want to look at the information. I want to look at his social media. That's what I'm saying. Anybody here know this guy right here? Anybody recognize who this guy is? And it's also $100,000 reward out for this person as well. So
Again,
get that
as
money.
part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's again part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So, thank you.
it's almost 1,000 people here. I need everybody to double tap the screen like this video. Come on, y'all. Yeah, I mean, I'm reporting and getting y'all the information, waiting for these updates. Y'all could definitely double tap the screen like this video, or hit the 3 dots at the top right and like this video. Appreciate it. Give this video a thumbs up.
That was the
Appreciate
latest
it.
information from the FBI as you're taking a live look from the crime scene where Charlie Kirk was assassinated yesterday. And we also have a new update to let you know about the FBI issuing a press release indicating that coming up at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 1 hour, they will be providing a new update into Charlie Kirk's assassination. This comes on the heels of of the FBI
That's what we
releasing
waiting for,
two
y'all.
different photos of someone they're calling a person of interest. So the FBI will be holding another news conference in just about 1 hour at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time
That's
to
what we waiting on,
provide
y'all. I'm
more
on here with y'all.
information into their investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination.
All right, so they doing the next press conference at 2:45, and that's so y'all got to stick here with me, man. I'm sticking here with y'all. I'm staying on live to bring y'all these updates. They bringing the next press conference is at 2:45, which they're gonna release more information. So I'm here with y'all. Least y'all can do is like this video and subscribe to this channel. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And into their search for the gunman. We are going to step away for a brief break. We do have a lot more coverage to get to. Stay with us. With you a live FBI update as they indicated that they did find a rifle they believe was involved in this assassination, and right now they're continuing to collect and analyze additional evidence. So we did want to share that with you. Meanwhile, we are also continuing to follow additional breaking news after a school shooting that took place in Evergreen, Colorado yesterday. And right now, officials are providing an update. They've also released the identity of the shooter involved, and I did want to share that with you. This is from the sheriff's office. This is the shooter, they say, that has been identified as 16-year-old Desmond Hawley. So that is...
Y'all see all these shootings that's going on? My take is they gonna talk about this, Second Amendment. They going more attacks on the Second Amendment, man. It's a lot of school shootings going on, a lot of school threats, a lot of shootings, a lot of things as far as involving the Second Amendment. So I'm thinking they've been trying to get the guns away from the citizens for a very long time, because this is like the last country where the citizens are allowed to carry firearms, allowed to have firearms. So they they want to disarm this damn American citizens, which is it's going to be hard for them to do that. People just not giving up their firearms that easy. It's not going to happen. But and they use these incidents to the attack on the Second Amendment. That's always been like that. Y'all know that. Y'all know what's up.
Per the sheriff's office right there. And happening right now, we are receiving a live update. I did want to play that out in its entirety from the beginning. Let's listen in.
Probably the most important thing I can tell you today is that the students and the staff at the school were amazing. They did their job, they did it well, and lives were saved yesterday because of the actions they took during their lockdown drill. We know that the suspect had a handgun. He had to keep reloading. He would fire and reload, fire and reload, fire and reload. This went on and on. And as he did that, he tried to find new targets. And he came up against a roadblock on many of those doors. He couldn't get to those kids. So there's not enough to be said for the work that the teachers, the coaches, the staff, the students, lots of kids ran, but the ones who didn't were locked down and they were being cared for. So really, really proud of those people today. We have security at both of the hospitals where our victims are. Still in critical condition. No one has been released. There was information yesterday that one of the two victims was released from Children's, and that's not true. Bear with me, lots of notes. We have a great deal of support from so many jurisdictions, but FBI's role here has been tremendous. Their ERT. We also have lab work being done, scene processing from Arvada. God, I'm sorry, it's somewhere in my notes. Arvada and NCIS, which was a new one for me, and multiple other agencies, because there's so many crime scenes within the school and outside the school. Yesterday, I think I stated that it stayed on school property. It did not. It actually spilled out into the street behind the school. So we have an additional crime scene. I think the street is called Olive, where one of the students was running to. We are allowing kids and teachers and parents who are in the west lot to come and get their cars. You have to go to the location that we've already given, which is Bergen Meadows Elementary. You have to have a key. So if you're a student who ran out of the school and you don't have the keys to your car, we can't let you into the school to get your keys. But if you have a key in hand, please go there. We'll bus you down here because we have a lot of cars. You can see them behind me that we need to get moved out. The rec center parking lot also was locked down, and we're allowing people who had vehicles in the rec center parking lot to get their vehicles as well. The other lot at the school, east side, is not available for release yet. Let's see here. We know that both victim families plan to release a photo of their child today and a statement from the families. I'm not sure when that's coming. I think shortly. So you'll have a photo and a statement from families. And I know at this point they're asking to let them grieve, let them deal with what they're dealing with, the fact that their student was, or their loved one was shot.
I want to cover this on a separate live stream as well, because it was a 13-year-old. I don't know if y'all seen that in the media. It was a 13-year-old that got caught with all this firepower, all these guns. I'm like, how is a 13-year-old able to have access to all these damn guns? He had a lot of firepower. So I'm like, so I definitely want to cover that, because anything the mainstream media reports on when it comes to shit like that it's always, gun regulations and all that, which it's already regulations there. Just enforce the laws that's already there. I don't think we need more regulations on firearms. Like, it's already regulated. Just enforce the regulations. Like, so I be thinking they be trying to use these incidents, to basically, for the Second Amendment, they want to kind of like disarm the American citizens, so we won't be able to protect ourselves as we should be able to own firearms to protect ourselves from not only criminals, but tyrannical governments as well. Aren't we allowed to protect ourselves? They don't like that, right? They don't like for our so they want us to depend 100% on law enforcement, and we know they don't protect shit. They get there and clean up after the crime happened. They supposed to serve and protect, but they can't, they can't get there fast enough. So that's why we allowed to have our firearms in our homes and on our person legally, so we can protect ourselves. You know what I'm saying? For 13-year-olds to be getting a hold of that type of firepower, that's on the parents. That's on the parents. Like, what's going on in that home that a 13-year-old have all this arson? No, that's on the parents. The parents need to step in and regulate their children. These young kids running around with these Glocks with switches on and all that. This is crazy. Where's the parents at?
Want to protect them as
Real
much as
talk.
possible. The warrants that we have are for the home, the suspect's phone, obviously locker. He did not bring a vehicle here. He rode the bus yesterday morning.
Fuck that.
What we're learning is that, based on some of the information that we're seeing about this suspect, is that he was radicalized by some extremist network. Sorry, I wanted to get those right. Some extremist network. And the details of that will be down the road, but we want to at least give you that much about maybe mindset for him.
Yeah.
The suspect's autopsy was this morning as well. So that has been done. And I've already indicated that the suspect brought quite a bit of ammunition with him, and he continued to reload. I think we're very, very grateful that there were not more injuries, but saddened that there were any. And I think that is what I have in the way of notes. So please feel free to ask questions.
You mentioned there was a crime scene behind the school that spilled out onto the area behind the school.
Yes.
Is that one of the students that was hurt or shot?
Yes. Yes. There's a crime scene. Lots of crime scenes. You got it. There's multiple crime scenes. I indicated yesterday some inside and some outside, but all on school property. And we now know that there's at least one crime scene that is spilled over into the roadway behind the school.
And that is because you're saying one of the students that was shot went to that area?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any information about how the student got a hold of this weapon, who it belongs to, how they came into possession of it?
Great question about ownership of the gun. We're working that angle today. I don't have that for this press conference, but we'd sure like to share that when we have it.
And do you have any more information about the type of gun?
It was a revolver, handgun. I don't know what caliber.
Jackie, how do you know that the student was radicalized by an extremist group?
It's just information that we're learning probably through what we're finding in the home, maybe what we're finding on his phone, but there's some level of confirmation that there's something we really need to take a deeper look at.
Jackie, we heard something yesterday about a potential fourth victim. Can you clarify that for us today?
Yeah, a great question. Yesterday, we indicated that there were 3 people shot, our suspect, and 2 victims, and that there was a 4th that was transported from somewhere. We don't think that that's true anymore. I apologize for the misinformation, but we think it's just the 3.
Do you have any idea how many times the gun was fired? The suspect's gun was fired?
The suspect's gun was fired a lot. The reason we have so many crime scene areas inside is because we have windows shot out. We have lockers that were shot up. We're finding spent rounds, unspent rounds. So it's a huge area. And the school, I was told, is 3 levels. So lots of work to be done. But he fired multiple times.
Jackie, how many revolvers? Did you say it was more than one weapon?
1 revolver.
And how many rounds of ammunition was there?
I don't know. I don't know how many rounds.
Were there surveillance cameras in the school?
Yes.
And did it record the entire incident?
It did. There are cameras inside of the school, which is very powerful and important for us in our investigations. We're able to track his movement throughout the school.
Jackie, what about a school resource officer?
Evergreen High School used to have a full-time SRO. That SRO is on medical leave right now. So it's a shared duty. Horrible timing, of course, but shared duty. So we have a couple of part-time SROs that share this school right now. There was no one from the SRO unit at the school when the shooting started. He was there until about 10:45, and then he was dispatched out here for an accident pretty close by.
Are those JEFCO officers that
They
have
are.
contract with the district?
All right, well, I'm sticking out with y'all. Make sure y'all double tap the screen to like this video. I'm sticking it out with y'all. They got another press conference coming up at 2:45 with more updates about the the assassin of the would-be assassin of Charlie Kirk. So I'm sticking it out with y'all, man. Make sure y'all double tap the screen and like this video. Get into a quick commercial break.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
Yeah, make sure y'all check out our website, nightandayherbals.com, where we sell nothing but natural products on there. From hair care to skin care, detoxes. We sell natural CBD in the form of CBD cigarettes, vapes, and loose flowers and edibles as well. So make sure y'all go over there and check us out. All right, we're going to get back into it, y'all. We're waiting on this update. We're waiting on this Charlie Kirk's assassin update from the FBI.
Those are Jefferson County Sheriff's Office deputies who are our SROs.
Okay, and then in lieu of the person on leave, it was a shared, they rotate between schools, but normally there would be someone staff full-time?
Yes.
Sort of assigned to the school?
Yes.
Okay. Was the shooting targeted at anyone? Was it random?
Another great question. We can't say yet whether this feels more targeted or more random, but based on what I'm telling you about firing and reloading, it seems like it could be a bit of both.
We had heard that there might have been a notebook that had surfaced in the past with this particular student in years previous. Do you have any information that there may have been a notebook with certain students' names that the school district may have known about in that student's past?
That's all new information to me, what you're saying about a notebook that might contain like a hit list. Is that what you're speaking
And
to?
it may not be true.
I haven't heard anything along those lines. Not yet.
Are there looking to be any charges on the parents for the access to the gun the kid had?
It's certainly something that we're going to look at.
Can you talk about how being at lunch at the time of this situation complicated things or what that looked like?
I think there was a lot of chaos yesterday. We know that some kids were on lunch, which gave them more freedom and access to hallways and outdoors. And we know that there were a lot of kids who ran
These
a lot of
school
kids who
shootings
locked
is
down. So
getting
it's
out of
just
hand.
timing. It was just chaos, and I don't think that that's avoidable when you have something like this ever.
Do you believe the student waited until the SRO left?
There's no reason to believe that. I wouldn't know, and we may not know that answer.
Do you happen to know how the student concealed his weapon until lunchtime?
Yeah, I don't know. No idea.
Can you speak to resources for students, families, teachers today?
Right. So we have the Bergen Meadows Elementary School, which is no longer in use. That's just a facility that we're using very close by here. This is for students, it's for staff, it's for anyone who lives in this area. It's for anyone who's feeling the pain of this. We have a lot of resources there, people to talk to, just resources in case you want to reach out privately. We also have investigators there in case someone walks in and they end up being somebody who witnessed something that we hadn't talked to yet. So there's a lot of staff over there, and we're just trying to do the very best that we can to take care of this community, and they're suffering right now.
You talked about the lockdown working. Did the shooter, or was a shooter trapped in an area, so to speak, where they could not go any past the locked doors?
I can't tell you that because I don't know the shooter's movements, but I do know that he tried to gain access to areas that were locked down. And those teachers and those students did their job and took into account what they've learned, and it kept them safe, for sure.
Were students able to, did they encounter him? Did they see him aiming the gun at them and perhaps not shooting at them?
I don't know the answer to that. We have so many students that have been interviewed because they saw something, they heard something, they believe they were shot at, and that's a lot of kids. We've done a lot of interviews. We have more to do. I can't speak to what any one of those students actually witnessed, but we believe we have witnesses to the shootings.
Can you talk about what's been found at the suspect's house?
I can't talk about what's been found at the suspect's house because I don't know. But I think that they found valuable information for our case.
There seems to be an issue with the reunification plans that were happening. At one point, it was at one area, then it went to another. Was there any reason in particular for the confusion?
I can tell you that we always said it was going to be Bergen Meadows Elementary. Kids self-deployed in all kinds of places. So it was hard to round them up. And we're not being critical of those kids who ran to neighborhoods, who ran to the rec center, ran down the street, went to the library. So they were everywhere. So unifying all of that was a bit of a challenge yesterday, and that's just going to happen. It's just chaos. And it took a while to get our arms around that, get buses to the right places, and get parents back to their kids.
Is there an emergency system in place for kids just in case something like this happens? I mean, obviously happened yesterday. Is there an emergency system in place here just in case where people could be able to meet up somewhere?
I don't know that that's a hard and fast written rule on what that emergency plan looks like. They have to be fluid because every situation is different, and what might work today may not work next time. So it's just probably the framework is there, but we have to adjust to the kids and the parents who ran.
Jackie,
And I'm sorry, not the parents, the students.
have investigators made contact and spoken with the suspect's family, parents, guardians?
Yes, our investigators have been in touch with the suspect's family. Close contact.
What was the route?
To investigators?
Yes, they have.
What was the route that this young man took inside the school?
Great question again. I, as the PIO, do not know that. Our investigators have a really good understanding of how he moved about inside the school because we have great surveillance video, but I don't know that.
Follow-up question to that, the amount of time that passed. I know yesterday you guys were saying it was really a matter of minutes since you learned about it to get here. Do you have an idea now about how long he was in the building doing this?
Oh, another great question. It's a good question. I'm really sorry. I don't know how long he was in there.
Okay.
We got those calls so quickly starting at 12:24. It became very, very serious as the 911 calls.
We're waiting for the FBI update, y'all. 2:45.
This isn't a swatting call. This is more than that. And that's why the resources that came up here as fast as they could, safely. And we were in that school very quick.
And clarification about inside, outside. Of our two victims who were in the hospital, one was shot outside, one was shot inside. Is that correct?
That is correct. One victim shot inside, one victim shot outside.
And I know you're not a doctor. Can you speak at all about what kind of injuries, like location of gunshots? Can you speak at all to the number of shots these kids took?
I don't know that. I'm hoping we need to let these families the victim families just to what they're dealing with today. So we're really trying to be protective of our victims right now by not giving out too much information. So maybe tomorrow and the days that come.
A follow-up to the SRO question, and forgive me if you've already answered this, but should have an SRO been there? I know you said they left to do something. It sounds like it was okay for them to do that.
Sure.
Was that SRO following department policy, school policy, when they left the campus?
Yes. The SRO that was sharing responsibility of Evergreen High School is allowed to come and go. He can go to lunch. He might have to handle something in the parking lot, and he might be cover on something that's happening in the neighborhood or up in the Evergreen area, a cover car for that. So no, he did not do anything wrong.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
What happened when law enforcement did make contact with the shooter? You said they got to him in about 5 minutes.
Right.
What happened?
Could have even been less than that. That's just kind of an estimate. I'd like to tell you more about that, but I need to get permission to do that. It's a lot, but I'd love to be able to tell you that story. Maybe I can do that later. Okay.
Any idea how long the school will be closed?
Not going to read. The Evergreen High School will not be open this week. It's a guesstimate. Maybe next week. We have a lot of work to do and probably a few things that they'd like to do aesthetically to make that just a more healthy environment for the kids and the teachers. So I just don't know.
Was there body-worn camera video that will show at some point the officer's encounter with the shooter?
Yes.
It was.
I don't know that it will be released right now. I know that it won't be released right now. How about that?
Yes.
But I do think that there's absolutely, there's body cam footage just showing more specific detail about the encounter.
And I know that you said that you can't say much about that encounter, but can you tell us if there were commands or was there a conversation of some kind that took place between that officer and the shooter?
I've got to get some better clearance and permission to do that. I understand that that's something you'd really like to have, so I'll see if I can get clearance for it.
Once again, for clarification, for if anybody wants to go pick up the car, to be at Bergen Meadows.
Bergen Meadows Elementary. You got to have a key. If the key that you need for your car is in your locker, we're not letting anyone in. But if you have a key, we want one person, the driver, will bus him to the school because that area is completely cleared now.
When you say there are things to maybe do with the school aesthetically to make students feel better, can you describe what that is?
That would be broken windows, lockers that have sustained gunshots. I think that we have fluids that need to be cleaned up, some of that kind of thing.
So it sounds like there were students and teachers hiding in locked areas as
No
the
question.
shooter was going through.
No question. That I can't praise the staff and the students enough for doing what they learned to do, whether it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or it was something they learned at their first day of class here. They did the right thing. They locked down. And I'm not judging anyone who fled, but lots and lots of kids and teachers locked down in those rooms, did what they were supposed to do, and we know that it saved lives. They're heroes, our teachers. Looking at a motive, but we don't have one yet.
Have you heard the stories about the neighbors who took in kids? What do you make of that? People opening doors, saying, I'm in my basement.
That to me sounds like Evergreen. Evergreen is still a smaller community. They're a tight community. Man, they're going to take care of their kids. If they're home, they're taking them in. Yeah.
Jackie, do you believe the shooter was trying to carry out a mass shooting with all the ammunition?
I have to believe when you bring a gun to school and you continue to fire and reload and fire and reload, that you are on a mission. And we are grateful that he was less successful, but we're devastated that he was successful at all.
Did you mention how many rounds of ammunition he had? Am I missing?
No, I don't know the amount of ammunition. Quite a bit.
When the school opens, what's going to be the plan for SROs? Is there going to be a full-time one that will be hired immediately? Or what is the plan? Is it still going to be part-time?
Another great question. I have to believe that we're going to have additional resources here for the kids as long as we need to. There may be a plan for us to put somebody more permanently up there. We'll talk about it.
Well, for surrounding schools, do they have SROs?
Yeah.
Are they also?
It's shared. It's still a shared responsibility. Not every school has a full-time SRO.
Well, I guess just for those who are wondering at home that you've seen something like this happen, why is it not full-time? Is there an issue with funding? What is the issue? Why there isn't full-time SROs?
The only reason there wasn't a full-time here is because she's on light duty. So we were sharing responsibility of that school.
When you say light duty, what do you mean by light duty?
It's about as far as I can go with that.
Can you talk about what kind of radicalization you believe is student?
I don't know that. It was stated to us specifically that was radicalized through an extremist network. And clearly we take that very seriously. There's obviously a lot of work that has to go into looking at his phone, looking at his social media pages, searching his room, searching his backpack. There's just searching his locker. There's a lot of places to look that we hope will just give us better information as to what he was attempting to do and maybe the why. Sometimes we never find out why.
And in the past, we've talked, when talking about safety and cell phones and cell phone policies, we've talked a lot about, you know, it's every parent's worst nightmare not to be able to get a hold of their kid and this type of emergency.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that we've heard, like from Jeff Pearson and some of the school resource officers, is we don't want kids on their cell phones when something like this happens to jam up the networks.
Sure.
What is the learning from that? Was there any problem with students and cell phones and families reuniting?
Not that I know of. You know, if you look way back into Columbine, a lot of kids didn't have phones back then. And the chaos that creates when you can't connect with your child. And we know that today, you're hard pressed to find a child who doesn't have a phone. And I know a lot of kids reached out to their parents, so there was immediate relief, but hearing your kid is okay isn't enough. You need to hold your child. So it was still working really hard to get them connected.
Jackie, any words of encouragement, or I guess for those families who were there yesterday? We saw so many of them who were rightfully so torn, kids shaken as well.
We will do what we can as a community to heal from this. It really sucks that we're here again. We've had our fair share of school shootings in Jeffco. But we are going to do everything that we can to help these kids heal, to help the teachers and the parents get back to life. And that's a lot of that is just going to take time, but the resources are available and we are encouraging everyone to use them.
Clarification point again, how would you characterize, so we're very clear on the parents' involvement in this, families' involvement in this investigation? Are they under investigation themselves? Are they cooperative? I'll let you use your words. Where they fit into this storyline?
We are in contact. You're talking about the suspect's parents.
Family, parents, I assume is the right word here.
They have been cooperative.
Are they under investigation for any reason?
I think everything is on the table when it comes to looking at this investigation and where it leads us. And I think that they're aware of that as well. But we have not run into a roadblock with this family.
Were
It's
there
just
any
great
red
news.
flags along the way? Like, did any that you're aware of that the district might have heard from other students concerned about the shooter's behavior?
Not that I'm aware of. No warning to this. Not that I'm aware
How
of.
long until kids could be able to go and pick up their cars or be able to meet at Brigham Meadows Elementary School? What's the time?
11 to 4:45 today. They can do that right now. Head over there with your keys. We'll bus you here, escort you to your vehicle, and get you out of here. There'll be another push later on for the other side of the school. And then there'll also be the need to get these kids and these teachers back in the classroom to get their books, to get their cell phones, to get their purses and all the stuff that got left behind as a result of the shooting. So there'll be an opportunity for us to get the school open for those that need to get in there to get their personal property.
And when would that be?
Don't know. Could be this weekend, but we'll keep you posted.
What's your plan for the rest of the day? Do you anticipate more updates later?
I just have a whole bunch of new questions that you guys asked. So I'm going to go back and see if we can help shed light in that way. And if we can, I don't want to bring you all together to say nothing. So if we have something substantial, we're going to get back together and it will be here. All right. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Jen.
All right.
Thanks,
Take care.
Jackie.
You bet.
All right, as you see there, wanted to bring you that update that we got there from those officials. That was the sheriff's office there in Evergreen, Colorado, as they were giving us an update on this breaking news that we brought to you yesterday, this Evergreen, Colorado school shooting. And so, right, covered, and they described it as a high-powered bolt-action rifle. And so several other updates, including this. We do know that Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady Usha Vance are also expected to fly with Kirk's body on Air Force Two later this afternoon back to his hometown in Phoenix, Arizona,
President Trump, of course, also paying tribute to Kirk. Several elected officials also speaking out as well. And so putting this up there from Fox News, Jackie Heinrich saying that a source familiar confirms to Fox in Salt Lake City, Utah, that the vice president and second lady will be meeting with Charlie Kirk's family and a number of his close friends. Charlie's casket, along with his family and friends, will then be flown to Phoenix, Arizona, aboard Air Force Two. And so we've seen the connection there between President Trump as well. He was the one who made it known to the world that Charlie Kirk had died after that shooting by putting that statement out on his Truth Social account yesterday. And so we had been seeing a shot into our newsroom. It's gone at this point. It went down. If we're able to get it back up, we'll certainly do that. But it was a shot there of a growing memorial happening in Phoenix, Arizona, paying tribute to Charlie Kirk in the wake of his death. But right now, that manhunt still underway for his killer. Those officials releasing photos today asking for information and identification. But that 2:45 p.m. press conference that was initially scheduled has now been moved at this point. We don't have an exact time, but when those officials converse with us and allow us to know that information, we'll certainly make sure that we bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox in full without any commercial interruption. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, more breaking news and top headlines. Stay with us.
A dialogue that began 24 years ago. The Almighty Barbella, Paul, Edward T. Strauss.
Down.
You think he'd already be in place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
You think he'd already be in place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
All right, waiting on this press conference. About 5 more minutes.
You think he'd already be in place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just.
But still wanting to honor 24 years later what happened there in New York City. I want to show you this live vantage point that we still have at this point. They're outside showing the World Trade Center. But ultimately what we know 24 years ago as terrorist attacks struck New York City, killing so many people, and now 911 services are happening all over the country really to honor the lives of those that were lost. And so I want to continue our coverage here, listening into this one that's currently underway.
At 10:28 a.m. From where his body was found, we can determine my dad was descending the North Tower. He made it down to somewhere in the teens. I've asked countless times, both to myself and out loud, why did he not leave? Why did he not leave at the very least when the Mayday was made? When I ask other firefighters this question, I always get the same answer. You can't just abandon people in need. I have been told that it's fine. Oh, do you want me to just, is it working? Okay.
And I'll turn the page.
I have been told that in the moments before death, when you know it's the end, you're overwhelmed with a sense of calm. I have been told that my father probably thought of his family as the North Tower began to collapse around him. His ultimate cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head. It fills me with both frustration and pride that my dad stayed behind to help a stranger in need. He gave his life for people he did not know. I was 10 years old on September 11, 2001, just a week shy of my 11th birthday. I understood my dad was a firefighter, but I never imagined what it really meant. I sat in my 6th grade art class as my teacher turned on the TV. I watched the buildings on fire, but I did not understand the gravity of what was happening. I had no panic. I had no fear. What was happening on the TV felt far away.
Place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just.
think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
So you say you're more hopeful. Where does the inspiration come from? Where does the leadership come from? How do we stop the political violence?
Well, I think you pointed out it's got to come from our leaders. I don't think it helped yesterday to hear President Trump blame the radical left for the political violence. There's political violence on both sides. And we need an example from our president and other political leaders for how we can come together. But there has to be acknowledgement that the extremism is on the left and on the right, and try to find a middle ground in order to go forward. That's easier said than done. I think the other problem, Kira, is social media. Social media, I think, thrives on enragement, right? And you can offer your opinions, your radical opinions, with relative impunity. That is, I think, another problem.
You are so absolutely right about that. We didn't have social media back when you and I were growing up, and it adds a whole nother element, and things just spiral. It becomes a domino effect. And, you know, even today, we're marking 24 years since the 9/11 attacks. We saw the country come together in ways we never thought possible. But clearly times have changed. Why can't we get back to that, where everybody was hanging an American flag on their homes, and all colors and creeds were coming together?
I think it takes something that dramatic, Kira, to bring us all together. That might be the case here. It might take something that catastrophic for us to come together. A threat from a foreign country. We saw the same thing happen in World War II. We got into World War II as a largely isolationist nation. 90% of Americans didn't believe we belonged in World War II. We didn't belong in that conflict. It took the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, in order to get us in the conflict. And then the nation came together, just as we did after 9/11. Sometimes those things are a catalyst to bring us together. We haven't had that yet. If we see this violence continue, perhaps our country will come to that consensus, come to that notion that the only way forward is to try to understand each other better. But the congressman is a good example of that. This is somebody who is, I think, successfully reached across the aisle and listened to people he disagrees with. It's going to happen that way. We're going to have to try to understand our neighbors who might not necessarily have the same point of view, and not go to these devices to communicate in the most extreme and divisive ways.
Such good insight. Always a great conversation. Mark Updegrove, really appreciate you.
Thank you, Kira.
Well, continuing coverage of the death of Charlie Kirk and the search for his killer. In our next hour, we'll take a closer look at how he shaped the young conservative movement and where we go from here. Coming up, remembering the lives we lost 24 years ago. Today, September 11th, 2001.
One second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust.
Actually, no problem.
One second, you're worrying about your home. And then
It's to find a way to live life with it and not let it live your life for you. Grief and sadness are not fun parts of being human, but they are important parts. We will all experience loss and sadness in our lives, but instead of running from it, it's better to feel it, talk about it, and walk through it than spend a lifetime being silently poisoned by it. Having the courage to face something as hard as grief does not mean fearing it or not feeling sad from it. Courage to face grief means recognizing it and resisting its urge to be a dark shadow over the rest of your life. From the moment of the loss to years later, it will still be felt fresh as the first day. And it may seem difficult at first and contradictory to the saying, time will not heal this wound, but it does make it easier. But only if you embrace a life to be lived with it. I have seen family members become shells of who they should have been under the weight of their untouched grief and sadness, and our lost loved ones wouldn't have wanted that for us. So I keep engaging with the struggle. I keep moving forward with this grief as a permanent state of being. But instead of seeing it as an enemy, I embrace it as a friend, because grief is a sign that they were loved. Perhaps a way to cope with grief is allowing yourself the permission to welcome this unplanned future wholeheartedly, despite the sadness that follows you due to a tragedy. It's about giving yourself the permission to participate in, to cherish, and take chances in life. Give yourself the permission to appreciate joy again, and think of your missed loved ones and appreciate the joy that those people brought into your life, and try to pass it along to others. As we remember those lost on September 11th today, the 24th anniversary, I hope you all take away from my story that these were real lives lost, real families affected. Even if the event happened what feels like far away and what may seem like a long time ago, for families like us, it feels like it's only been moments. Remember those heroes of 9/11 and try to set a good example of what America really means to generations to come. My dad climbed almost 30 flights of stairs in full fireman's gear for others, and he stayed to help others in need, even if it meant leaving his family behind. The least we can do is try to be kind to one another. Remember, you can't just abandon people in need. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, a very emotional speech there coming from one of the victims' family members there. And at 9/11, this event, though, is coming to us from our partner station at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But as you can see, so many people affected by the tragedy that happened back on 9/11 there in New York, but really spreading and living lives all around the country in the aftermath. So do want to show this live look once again there on your screen at One World Trade Center. We've been checking in with this image all day because this significant site brings so many memories back for folks, but also reminds them of the tragedy and the weight of that day. And so I wanted to make sure we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us. stories that we're following today. More breaking news to bring to you at this point. I want to show you this live vantage point that we have there in Washington, D.C. This is outside of the Democratic National headquarters there at 430 South Capitol Street. And so putting this up on your screen, we ultimately know that the DNC is now releasing a statement after a bomb scare happened at their headquarters. As you look there on your screen, you can see the presence of law enforcement on the scene. We've had this shot for some time. We've seen different officers going in and outside of that building, some alongside canines as well. And so we do want to listen here as one of the spokespersons stepped outside of the building and made a statement to the media as they were standing. Let's listen in.
If you don't have, we're sitting out right now, but I'll get to you. This afternoon there was a bomb threat at DNC headquarters that was determined not to be credible by the U.S. Capitol Police. Out of an abundance of caution, Capitol Police is conducting an interior sweep of the building. As DNC Chairman Martin has said, political violence and reform has no place in our country. We're grateful to the U.S. Capitol Police and DNC building security for responding quickly and professionally. We can also send that to you. But if you could just please respect our staff as they're mentioning, we can answer questions on the side. It's not a press conference or anything, but I just wanted to read you our statement. Hannah Moldaven, Deputy Communications Director. We don't, it's not a press conference or anything. I'm happy to talk to you on the side. We are here, this is my colleague Marcus A. Kendall for press questions, but again, just for the staff, if you could just put your cameras down for that. Thank you guys.
All right, as you see, they're saying that that bomb scare was not that credible threat, the bomb threat that came into their office. But she said not a press conference or anything, but did want to give folks an update just in case they had heard this news about this being called into their headquarters. So again, and also saying that they condemn any political violence. This, of course, all coming on the heels of the late Charlie Kirk. Of course, we all know him as a feature there in the political realm, often making statements. We're still tracking the very latest as well as it pertains to his death in the manhunt that's underway. But again, wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox, as that was the breaking news, that bomb scare that happened at the DC headquarters, not a credible threat, and they will continue to keep us updated as they learn more. Still officers outside of that. If anything changes, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, want to continue on with their top stories that we're following today. Of course, today, again, marks the remembrance anniversary of those 9/11 attacks that happened 24 years ago. We were just listening into this vigil and press conference that was happening there in the Milwaukee area. I want to go back to that as they're listing out names and telling personal stories about their experiences, all linked to that day.
right, thank you very much. On behalf of Kiosk Remembers 9/11 Inc., I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. Your presence honors the memory of those who were killed and the strengths and our promise to never forget. We're grateful to our speakers here today, the musicians, our volunteers, and our community partners who made today's ceremony possible. And we thank all of you for continuing the support of the Wisconsin 9/11 Memorial and Education Center. So with great pride that I also announced that October 15th, 16th, and 17th at Moraine Park Technical College, just down the road in West Bend, there will be a traveling exhibit called the Tunnel to Towers Mobile Exhibit. It is awe-inspiring, and I invite you to join us on those dates. More information will be made available on social media and on our website. And may we leave here today carrying forward the lessons of September 11th. Resilience, community, unity, and our commitment to remember. Thank you.
etc. That's sort of driven by people jumping on the bandwagon of the tragedy yesterday. And if people are as fired up as they appear to be, I certainly wouldn't hold a public event unless I had some sort of security parameters. I certainly wouldn't hold one outside. And if I held one inside, I would have at least have some way to clear the people in general as they come in and out or into a building where you're going to speak or have a discussion with people. I mean, it's sad that we have to do that, but in today's environment, I'm not sure we have a whole lot of choices.
So apparently, Brad, officials detained and released 2 people after the shooting. FBI Director Kash Patel even announced it online, but then he had to retract what he said because it wasn't the shooter that was in custody. What do you make of how this investigation is going? Is there a separation between the head of the FBI and who's actually there on the ground collecting clues?
Or it's the head of the FBI trying to get in front of everyone else from a publicity standpoint. I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but I found it odd that he said that until you really know. Kara, I have chased so many people. Let's just go to a bank robber. I've chased hundreds of bank robbers in 30 years. And, you have a description and you've left the bank and you're going a particular direction and you see somebody has on the same clothes, the same ethnicity, etc. And so you stop them and you briefly detain him while you figure out, is he part of this or is he not part of it? And it happens in cases regularly. And our bosses never go to the public and say, they got somebody in custody, because we don't. We have somebody detained. That's entirely different. Yes, they may not be free to go for a few minutes, but that's the reality of these kind of cases, because look at the beginning. We didn't really, and the police didn't really have a super good picture initially, a grainy picture of a guy on a roof, and then they developed other CCTVs and came up, I would assume, with the picture they're showing the rest of us. And so now they are on their way. But it's unfortunate, because then it's almost like the public are being told one thing that's really not accurate.
Well, we are waiting for accuracy, that's for sure. Jacqueline, Brad, thank you both. So there's no question that the rise in political violence is real, and the murder of Charlie Kirk is only reigniting the fears that face our country right now. And with the shooter still on the loose and unidentified, President Trump and some congressional Republicans are already blaming Democrats for Kirk's death. Here's the president in the Oval last night.
From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
But the facts show that political violence is impacting both sides of the aisle, and it's happening far too often. Just 3 months ago, a man shot and killed Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home. The suspect was later found to have a hit list with dozens of Democratic lawmakers and abortion providers. Then in April, police say a man tried to kill Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro by setting his home on fire. For more, let's bring our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang into the discussion. So the White House says it decided to move the 9/11 commemoration ceremony into the Pentagon's courtyard instead of at the 9/11 memorial, where the ceremony has been held for decades. Is that due to security concerns?
Yeah, well, Kira, the White House told us they made that decision in the wake of the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. They didn't provide any further details, but the Secret Service yesterday, they did share a statement reiterating that President Trump receives the highest level of protection, but that they do make adjustments based on the evolving threat environment to mitigate the threats, but said they couldn't share any more information out of concerns of operational security. But look, no doubt, Kira, as you know, this is sending shockwaves across the country, but especially here in Washington, D.C., and especially on Capitol Hill, where members are saying they're more anxious about their own safety. You were just speaking with Congressman Tim Burchett, who said he doesn't feel safe as a member of Congress. And in fact, today we received a rare statement from Capitol Hill Police, who said the following, that the number of threats against lawmakers in 2025 is on pace to nearly double the previous record. In that statement to ABC News, Capitol Police said that their agents are on track to work through roughly 14,000 threat assessment cases by the end of the year, Kira.
Wow. And we're learning VP J.D. Vance. He says he's going to escort Kirk's body aboard Air Force Two from Utah to Phoenix. It says a lot about Kirk's impact on this administration.
It does. It's really hard to overstate just what a profound impact he had, not just on President Trump, but people throughout his administration. And just to peel back the curtain on the mood at the White House, we've heard everything from shock to disbelief to anger to frustration. And when it comes to Vice President J.D. Vance in particular, he had a very close friendship with Charlie Kirk. In fact, he had a very long, heartfelt post on social media where he talked about this years-long friendship and how Charlie Kirk helped fuel his career, fuel his rise. Vance said that when he was thinking about running for Senate years ago, it was actually Charlie Kirk that he had the first call with. He said that Kirk helped him figure out their strategy, their fundraising, their ground game. He also said that Kirk was a huge advocate for him to be the vice presidential nomination, both behind the scenes and in public. He also said that it is Kirk who introduced him to Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. And that just reflects, Kira, how even though Charlie Kirk was not an official part of this administration, he was a constant, frequent presence at the White House. He was in constant communication with the president, with top officials. And also, after the election, he even played a role in helping to vet people for top administration positions. So that just shows how much the president and top officials really respected his guidance, but also their friendship.
So what do you make of the overall messaging coming from the White House right now?
Yeah, well, Kira, I think the president said it himself last night. He said he's grieving, but he also said he's angry. He condemned political violence, but the president also blamed the, quote, radical left, even though we still don't know who the killer is, what the motivation was behind this. And the president also issued this threat. Take a listen.
My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it.
And Kira, you mentioned this at the beginning of the segment, but the president did also mention attacks against Republican figures, including the attempt on his own life in Butler, Pennsylvania. But the president did not mention the string of attacks against Democrats and Democratic lawmakers. No question right now, Kira, this is an incredibly divided time and Americans are on edge.
Selena Wang, thank you. So President Trump is praising Kirk as a patriot who inspired millions of people. At 31, Kirk was at the forefront of a flourishing conservative youth movement known as the Trump Whisperer. He was deeply involved in vetting top positions for the administration. He was also a husband and a father, leaving behind his wife and their 2 young children. Our Perry Russum has a look at his life and legacy.
He was never elected to office, but during his 31 years, Charlie Kirk was able to leave an indelible mark on American politics with his willingness to debate the other side.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much.
Kirk took his message to TikTok last year with a series called You've Been Brainwashed, traveling to college campuses, squaring off against students on everything from immigration to abortion.
Like, it's not dependent on the mom, and it can be like its own thing.
If you have a pacemaker, you're dependent. If you have a ventilator, you're dependent. Babies are in NICU units, neonatal intensive care units, they're dependent. Dependency does not equal its degree of moral worth.
Amassing more followers than Fox News, Tucker Carlson, even the Kamala Harris campaign. Speaking here about gender.
You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views? You don't know what a man is in your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Kirk voiced opposition to gay rights, rejected the separation of church and state, and described COVID lockdowns as government tyranny. He said he was simply speaking truths that others were too afraid to say out loud. Speaking here on guns.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
Kirk began his political journey young. In high school, he led a protest against the price of cookies in the cafeteria. When he was 17, he wrote an op-ed claiming his economics textbook was pushing liberal ideas. That led to his first appearance on national TV. A year later, he co-founded Turning Point USA to take on liberal groups on college campuses. It grew rapidly with thousands of chapters. By 2016, Kirk was speaking at the Republican National Convention.
We work on college campuses across the country. The only way we're going to take back the youth of this country is to storm them, and that is how we're going to make America great again.
Initially skeptical of Donald Trump, he quickly embraced the campaign, and during Trump's first term, he claimed to have visited the White House about 100 times. Insiders calling him the Trump Whisperer.
He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done. Building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA, and I want to thank you, really, Charlie. Incredible job.
After the 2020 election, Kirk was among those promoting false claims of election fraud. 4 years later, after Trump's re-election, he was credited with delivering the youth vote.
His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace.
And our thanks to Perry Russum for that. We'll have continuing coverage of the death of Charlie Kirk and the search for his killer. We'll bring you updates throughout the day right here on ABC News Live and on the ABC News app. And as the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer continues, a Colorado community is in mourning after 2 students at Evergreen High School were wounded in a school shooting. Hospital officials saying 1 student is in critical condition and 1 was released overnight. Police say the shooter, a student at the school, died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Investigators are now searching the gunman's home and belongings, hoping to find clues for a potential motive. Our Trevor Alt joins us now from Evergreen, Colorado, with more. Trevor, what do we know about the suspect this hour?
So we just got a pretty sizable update from law enforcement out here, Kira. They identified this suspect as 16-year-old Desmond Holly, a student here at Evergreen High School. They did release his photo. They said it was his driver's license photo. And specifically, while they are still working to determine an exact motive, they notably said that they believe that this suspect was radicalized by what they called an extremist network. They did not reveal much further details beyond that. They say there's still a lot of investigating still yet to be done, searching his home, his locker, his phone, his notebook, things like that. They are still trying to dig into it, but they said it was very clear what they came across quickly, that there was that extremist network which had radicalized him, led to him showing up here yesterday at his high school with a revolver and opening fire on his fellow classmates. We do know those 2 students were taken to the hospital. The shooting, what we've heard from law enforcement, happened both inside the school and outside of it. They say it's quite a sizable crime scene here, but this was a pretty rapid response, both from law enforcement and also from school officials, teachers as well. And they did say by the time the officers arrived here, Kira, this suspect had a gunshot wound of his own, a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He died at the hospital yesterday, but a pretty major development that reveal from law enforcement that they believe this was an example of an extremist network which had radicalized a teenager, leading to him opening fire in his own high school.
Trevor from Colorado Forest. Trevor, thank you. Straight ahead, we remember the lives we lost 24 years ago today on September 11th, 2001.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Any hand-tossed, pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time you...
If you crave nature but still shop online. If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
You would think that.
You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry-On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry-On. rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him. Shit.
which way. But that's what we're seeing right now, and it has to end, and we have to join together to condemn it. So we're here today on another atrocity, and that is these Ukrainian kids. Etched in my memory forever will be the trips that I took to Ukraine, one of them with Senator Blumenthal, but another with Senator Portman, the burned out apartment buildings, the mass graves. It just goes on and on and on. And now you have nearly 20,000 kids. It's one estimate, one is at 35,000, with only 1,600 returned. And if you want to know what terrorism about, it's kidnapping kids. And one of the things that we have made very clear is that these kids must be returned before there's any negotiation on the war, only because you can't start having incentives for combatants in war to capture and kidnap kids. These kids, Lindsay mentioned the ones that were being trained to be part of military in Russia. You also have kids that parents desperate were told, well, just come to a summer camp in Russia and it'll be a way for them to take a break. It'll be a safe place. And they never come back. You have kids that were taken either in the war zone or more likely in a situation like this when they were so young that they can't even remember their Ukrainian language or the Ukrainian culture. And the parents aren't going to be able to identify them because they were 1-year-olds or 2-year-olds when they were taken. And now they've been there for 2 years, 3 years. That's what's happening right now. I did a meeting with some of the families, Ukrainian families in Minnesota. And as one of the moms told me, Irina, when we met them, she's talking about the one she met, a few that came back, they didn't cry, they didn't scream, they just stared, eyes wide, eyes empty. So that is why I support this bill. But it is also why Senator Grassley and I came together on our resolution. But there's another bill that's very complementary to this right now that we're working, and I believe will get included in the defense bill. And that is to make sure that we keep tracking, that we assist the Ukrainians in tracking these kids. And we appreciate the First Lady's involvement in writing a letter to Vladimir Putin directly about these kids. And we believe that this must be bipartisan as we go forward. But Senator Grassley and I are hopeful that this will complement this new bill, and that is that we make sure that as a nation we're continuing to track these kids so that when this war ends or even before it ends, we will know who's out there and as best as our ability where they are so they can be reunited with their families.
All right, as you see, they're just listening into the senators, including Amy Klobuchar. They are from the Democrat from Minnesota, making remarks, standing alongside Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and others as they talk about the legislation that would designate Russia and Belarus sponsors of terror if children who have been allegedly kidnapped from Ukraine are not found. So we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, as if that is yet another top story that we're following today. We are going to, though, continue at this time our coverage of those other major top stories. I want to show this to you before we go away for a 2-minute commercial break. This is still the scene there in Utah as that manhunt is currently underway for a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's death. And so, again, we've been hearing there from some of those officials, including the FBI, talking about the things that they've seen. We're going to be speaking on the other side of this 2-minute break with one of our experts about how this investigation is going, what folks at home should be on the lookout for, and when potentially that person of interest will be brought into custody. Let's slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. the Republican and conservative voice there for the younger generation. He's the founder of Turning Point USA. He was shot while at a speaking engagement in Utah. I want to put this up on your screen. This is still the live shot that we have there of that incident. This camera has been zooming in and out, giving us different vantage points of what this site is that happened yesterday. This was at Utah Valley University. It's about 40 miles outside of Salt Lake City. And so now the FBI is now continuing in that investigation and that manhunt. Putting this up on your screen as well here so you can see it. These are the photos that they have now released of the person of interest in this case. And so this is what we're going to be talking about as we're going through the afternoon, seeing what we can identify, talking to some of our experts to get a better understanding of who folks are now looking for. Also, though, I want to give you this update here. This is from Matt Finn from Fox News Channel. We were expecting to get a press conference that was supposed to happen last hour at 2:45, but unfortunately, those local officials did say that they were pushing it back. And now we have an answer as to why. The Charlie Kirk murder suspect is still on the loose at this hour, but the Utah DPS is now telling Fox that, and we also know that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are scheduled to be coming to Utah. We're on the ground. And so potentially they will be a part of that next press conference, giving an update, of course, with Kash Patel being the director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the deputy director. So once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, still focusing on this image that we're still watching as the FBI has now released that with that manhunt underway, now asking for more answers with this person of interest. To bring into the conversation now, former FBI agent Scott Duffy. Scott, you've been with us. You were here with us yesterday when we brought all of this out as breaking news. Now this photo has officially been released. The FBI calling this a person of interest. When we're about to put it back up on the screen, I first want to get your reaction to seeing that photo. What do you see as someone who's in law enforcement, who's conducted some of these investigations?
Yeah, so I love seeing a photo of I would typically call a suspect. It may end up being that this person is not involved, but ultimately law enforcement is holding close to the vest the reason why they believe these photos are connected, and thereby this person needs to be identified to get further information. It may very well be their suspect. So that's
and I'm going to have to pause it right here, Scott. On right now, we did bring this as breaking news to folks as well at home that there was a bomb threat that was called in there to the Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C. We're getting this live update there from police. They're now speaking. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Tracking over 14,000 threats by the end of the year. So that environment was present before today, and we're prepared to react and keep the numbers accurate.
Do you guys have any idea where this particular threat against the DNC came from today?
We're working through that right now. It came in through an email, message, but we're continuing to work the leads that we have to be able to hold folks accountable.
Speaker Johnson said today that, in order to give every member of Congress a protective detail, you'd have to hire 5,000 more Capitol Police officers. And it's just, something like that isn't feasible. So, what are steps individual members could take, or, things that they could do in the interim to prepare their security? You've got Nancy Mace saying she's going to carry a gun. Other members saying they're going to stop holding outdoor events.
We continue to work with members and make sure that they have the intelligence with the events that they go to, work with local law enforcement when they're outside of the D.C. area, and then be able to provide them the security that they need when they're here in D.C.
Have you given them any guidance, or will you give them any guidance in particular about outdoor events?
We continue to give them guidance when it comes to any event, depending on what our intelligence tells us for any given circumstance.
Chief, what's the history of other bomb threats to the DNC, the RNC, other places on Capitol Hill here?
I mean, we unfortunately respond to a number of these. And normally we don't have press conferences, and we don't have, a number of reporters show up to report on these. It's something that we routinely respond to and clear on what I would say is a regular basis. But this is different today. After the events that happened yesterday, and we're talking about this is the anniversary of 9/11. And I think that's why you see me speaking here today, and I think that's why you all are here today as well.
Wasn't it shortly before the 2020 election and January 6th that there was that last, I think, bomb that was placed outside the building? Is there any reminiscence to that incident and this happening again at the DNC?
You know, that was obviously long before I got here, but you know, that incident is still under investigation, and that actually had something to follow up on rather than just a threat.
All right, guys, we got time for a couple more questions. Then we can wrap up.
Is the situation here unclear, or will it be kind of an ongoing assessment for the next coming days?
You know, I would expect in the next couple of hours we'll be able to clear this site and return to regular operations.
All right, one more question.
The importance of canine units in this type of detection of any bomb threat.
Yeah, that's the way we are able to work very quickly. To be able to clear a very large space is with our canine and our canine handlers that are expert at being able to do that. So we would not be able to clear something like this without a tool like what we have with our canine.
Okay. Are there any plans, just very briefly, are there any plans to step up security either here around the Capitol or with members?
You know, we enhanced our security posture yesterday and continued it today, but we will continue to be in a heightened security posture going forward.
All right. Thanks so much. Thank you very much.
All right, as you see there, did have to dip directly into that. This all happening outside of the D.C. headquarters in Washington, D.C. Want to put this up on your screen. This is from Fox 5, some of our partners there locally saying that Capitol Police are responding to a potential bomb threat directed towards the Democratic National Committee. Their office is held there at 430 South Capitol Street in our nation's capital. But as you heard there, saying that this bomb threat was not credible, but ultimately saying it came in through email. They also talked about the importance of using canines and sweeping the building in some of those investigations when these calls come in. And so now bringing back into the conversation, perfect person to have around in a conversation like this, Scott Duffy, retired FBI agent. Scott, what did you hear there that stood out to you as he was talking about that bomb threat that's now happening? Of course, all of this coming on the heels of Charlie Kirk's assassination just yesterday.
Yeah, what I liked, what the chief had said, that this was a surprise to him with regards to having to come out and do a mini press conference, because he had indicated this is somewhat of a regular theme with regards to these bomb threats. So, and I have, in the course of my career, have come across many bomb threats that you can tell the different levels of the threats. It's something that goes out. Law enforcement responds as if it's a real thing. So they are securing the scene, putting the dogs and other resources to be able to say there's nothing physical that can do harm. Now let's get to the investigation of working it backwards, whether it be by a cell phone, telephone, or in this case, an email. So I think he's already shown it's a regular thing for them. They have a great protocol in place in obviously resolving these, so that way the employees can get back to work because they're probably evacuated and go on with their everyday business. But as you said, Christina, on the heels of the murder of Charlie Kirk, on the day of the 24th anniversary of 9/11, there is a heightened awareness, especially in this very politically just a lot of tension that's going on. So this is the right thing for the chief, and then to be able to put additional resources to ensure to those that are there that the threat is not a real threat.
And I'm sure that makes a lot of folks feel at this time a bit better, as everyone honestly is on their pins and needles, especially in the political world. I do want to let you know that there was a statement that was released earlier today from some of those. They are saying that out of an abundance of caution, Capitol Police is conducting their interior sweep of the building. As DNC Chair Ken Barton has said, political violence in every form has no place in our country. We are grateful to the U.S. Capitol Police and DNC building security for responding so quickly and professionally. And so while we had that update breaking there, we still want to continue on now while we're here with Scott Duffy to talk about the other vantage point of the other major story that we had brought to folks as breaking news yesterday. Taking you back out live now at this point there in Utah. This is some zoomed in footage there on the screen, but this is at the Utah Valley University as this manhunt is still underway at this hour in the investigation of Charlie Kirk's death. Now the FBI releasing photos earlier this morning of that person of interest, saying that they would like to bring them in. So I want to put it up on the screen. You were responding to this, Scott. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to continue discussing. So as I'm putting this back up on the screen, I want to get your reaction to seeing some of these photos. How important is this that they're releasing this out to the world, asking for tips? And what do you notice about this particular picture that might be helpful to those investigators?
Yeah, so the investigators are releasing what they believe will be helpful. So I imagine there are additional photos that they're combing through to figure out the direction, what else, who else he might have been connected with. But ultimately, like I have gone through many surveillance video, that you are looking at the clothing. Is there something unique to the logo on his shirt, to the logo on his hat? Is there something that is so unique that that they can identify perhaps where that T-shirt or that hat came from? And trust me, they are sending resources if it's something that is somewhat unique, as opposed to, hey, thousands and upon thousands of people will have that. It's not a lead that you can quickly identify, because that is number one. Identify this individual. And then the tips that are coming through, the FBI knows if they put out something that's going to lead them down a rabbit hole. So you're dealing with probably tens of thousands of tips. Look at this individual. Does he look similar to somebody that you're on the bus with, the train with, passing on a street, and thereby you're going to call the tip line, but most likely it's not that individual. So they're going to concentrate on, are the tips coming from an area? So for example, here in Utah, how fast is it that if this individual planned their escape to jump on some sort of airplane, mass transit, whatever have you, or in a car where they're able to get out of the area, but they want to be able to concentrate to where that tip most likely will lead to the identification. So this way they can now perhaps compare what they already have at the scene to what possible names that are being given to them by tipsters out there. So they're doing a lot with the photo itself, and then of course with the analysts that are running through, my belief, lots of tips coming in. This is a white male, looks to be like a white male, and dressed somewhat in a manner that any college student or anybody on a campus would look like.
And that's the interesting part, Scott. It does feel like this is a bit of a needle in a haystack, saying that he was so easily able to blend in with the crowd while keeping his eyes concealed with those sunglasses. I also want to put this up on the screen. As we've been talking about these tips that are coming in due to the FBI releasing those photos, Fox News has also been doing some digging on their own, just like so many other internet sleuths. I want to put this up on the screen. This is from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn. He said, looks like this could be the type of shirt the person of interest in Charlie Kirk's shooting had on. They're saying that the shirt in real life has Land of the Free, Home of the Brave on it, a clear picture of what it might be. It has a American flag and a bald eagle. Of course, we're not saying that this is the photo, but so many people are going to be sending tips like this directly into the FBI. How important is that for this investigation as people are thinking and viewing? Somebody might come across the right answer at the right time.
That's absolutely right. Analysts, and there are lots of analysts that are dedicated. That's why the FBI, with their endless resources, so to speak, that they can bring lots of individuals, analysts, criminal analysts from all these different offices to be able to concentrate on this. And they are going through, scrubbing through social media, looking at things like this that comes from Matt Finn, and to be able to say, can we take what we believe to be the logo that most matches the surveillance video and try to do a deeper dive into being able to pinpoint it, and then to figure out, where did the shirt come from? How popular is it? And will it give us any smaller of an area, as opposed to, hey, it's another T-shirt that's been sold on the internet that can have gone anywhere out in the world. So that's something that will be something that may not lead to the identity of this individual, but most likely, if this individual does not have this T-shirt, it could be in his possession during some sort of subsequent search warrant. So these are vital. And this is also what the FBI and any law enforcement agency weighs to putting out information, that they want to be able to ensure they have all those pieces of evidence, but they also realize it could be discarded. Right now, they are trying to identify this individual regardless, so they can get a search and an arrest warrant to secure this individual.
And so as we're talking about the investigation ongoing, I want to dive into just a few pieces of it here. Scott, earlier today, those investigators say that they had traced the sniper's escape route and recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle. This is according to the FBI Salt Lake City special agent who was in charge. They also said they'd obtained foot, palm, and forearm imprints linked to the crime, talking about as well, saying that some of the evidence that they recovered had messages on it. This is a lot to talk about here. And I'm putting this up on the screen. This is from Fox News, saying sources tell Fox News that messages were found written on the gun and the ammunition used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, with them finding that key evidence: foot, palm, forearm prints that in this crime, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, also knowing that there were messages on it. What do you feel in this conversation? What does that bring now to those investigators? What are they going to be looking at?
So physical evidence, and nothing like DNA and fingerprints, palm prints, whether it be a shoe print or a footprint, all those things are fantastic. If this person has never dealt with law enforcement and has absolutely no criminal history and any contact with law enforcement to have been fingerprinted, then those fingerprints, palm prints, they're not going to identify the individual through a database, but they're absolutely going to be used for comparison and to say what we have at the scene or the weapon, wherever they lifted those prints from. This will be able to be fantastic for prosecution as they go down looking for the individual, but also keeping in mind there needs to be a prosecution. And so they will be able to tie that person with the fingerprint, palm print, whatever else that they're obtaining. So these are fantastic pieces of physical evidence to tie whoever they get into custody to the scene and continue on with a lawful prosecution.
And so I also want to put this up on folks' screen. This is a live look there at the medical examiner's office in Utah. When it comes to even what they're seeing with Charlie Kirk and where the body now goes, we do know that Vice President J.D. Vance has flown from the nation's capital alongside his wife, Usha Vance, to be able to take the family and the body of Charlie back to Arizona. Did investigators get what they ultimately needed in that short period of time as it pertains to the manner of death at this point?
Yes. So, they're not going to release the body unless they've done a complete autopsy. And there were probably, as I have been at autopsies, both investigators, whether it be both FBI and the local law enforcement in charge of the jurisdiction for this university, where they are obtaining whatever physical evidence, clothing, and everything else that they can take from there to ultimately be secured and analyzed at somebody's laboratory. My belief would probably be the FBI laboratory. So anything, shrapnel, whatever that they're able to obtain to ensure that it was thorough, and then ultimately for the family to be able to receive the body and proceed with a funeral.
And so we'll continue to keep our eyes on this situation. Last question before I let you go, Scott. We always appreciate your time here, but let's talk about that suspect one last time, as it's been 24 hours since this incident occurred. And of course, the FBI putting out these photos of the person of interest that they were looking, not a suspect, but a person of interest, asking for more tips. where could they be? The scope of where they could possibly be now that it's been over 24 hours, how does that change as well with the investigation?
Yeah, so like anything else coming into an investigation, that you have your crime scene. If the individual has escaped, as opposed to we have seen in active mass shooters, this though well intended to be a targeted event where that person very few times has escaped, right? It has happened, but for the most part, they've either met their demise by law enforcement intervention or suicide. Here we have a targeted event where somebody has executed their plan and it now has escaped. So where and what have they escaped with? Have they had some sort of modes of transportation? Are they in need of dropping whatever they were driving and then either jumping into another vehicle, stealing a vehicle? What are their capabilities to continue on and to get as far away as possible? It all depends, and I've seen time and time again that there may be lots of planning going into the execution of this crime, and very little for the escape. And then even though they have escaped this inner perimeter, the perimeter is constantly growing, law enforcement putting all those available resources, and then ultimately what means does this person have to stay on the run? It's the reach is far for the FBI, and I would say it will be a short period of time where this person is identified, located, and arrested.
All right, and we certainly always appreciate Scott Duffy. Last question before I let you go, putting this up on the screen for everyone at home. As we're talking about this manhunt, it often reminds me of the case of Luigi Mangione. Of course, we know that he shot Brian Thompson, who was the CEO of United Health, while there in the Big Apple. He was on the run for several days, and so that makes investigations complicated. But also in some of these conversations, we do know that later this evening, staying there in the Big Apple, that President Trump is expected to attend the New York Yankees game there in the city. And so when we're talking about this, Scott, how complicated is at a time like this when President Trump steps out into a major arena there? So many fans, thousands and thousands will be on hand for this game. What does the security preparation look like as a president attends an event like that?
This will be major. This will be probably to the level of an inauguration, et cetera. So you have just yesterday a high profile, not only a Republican, a conservative voice, philosophically, religiously, you have a well-respected individual that was gunned down. And then on the heel of that, you have the remembrance of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. So all these heightened security protocols are in place. And then to add to that, the President of the United States, who himself has been victim of 2 attempt assassinations in a year, that the Secret Service and local police, as well as everybody else that is probably on borrow to assist with the physical security, it will be well executed. And but unfortunately for those fans and those attending the game, there will be a considerable wait in order to ensure that each and every person inside that arena is safe and secure.
You're absolutely right, Scott, because it's not just about the commander in chief. It's about ensuring the safety of everyone as we're entering these times where political violence has become a lot more prominent. As always, we appreciate retired FBI agent Scott Duffy for being here with us, breaking down the very latest. Your expertise is always wanted.
Thank you, Christina.
All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do, though, at this time is just remind folks that this is really what we're focusing on in the next few hours. Charlie Kirk, this is from Matt Finn there at Fox News Channel, saying that the Charlie Kirk murder suspect is still on the loose at this hour. The Utah DPS, though, has told that information to Fox News. Ultimately, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are scheduled to head there to Utah, saying that they're on the ground as well. We'll see if they'll be a part of any future news conferences, as we do know that the one that was scheduled for earlier this afternoon has since been canceled. And so I want to show you this live vantage point once again there on campus at Utah Valley University, the site where the murder happened of Charlie Kirk. That investigation still ongoing at this time. The manhunt still an active situation. And so if you are just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, earlier today, we did have that short update. It's about 11 minutes or so in length from those local officials. I want to play it out for you here in case you missed it.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night, I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead, We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. Charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we've received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her civil conflict, listing conflict, international VR. Can you talk to us about their movements, their career? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what are the security arrangements in place? Is that movement being monitored? It's a question many people will have.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. And we're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
Gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Ball, Dennis Helmy with the BBC. From the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
But you have a clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Could you take the last order?
Now that you've been able to recover, do you believe you know who this person is, the person that you're looking for?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now.
Any fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So, thank you.
Questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you see there, we're just listening into that last official update that we got there from those in Orem, Utah. We were hearing there talking about the investigation and the ongoing manhunt that is currently underway in Charlie Kirk's death. And so, as you heard there, they said that they might put out photos, which they have since released, of this person of interest. They are asking, the FBI does have a reward for $100,000, asking for tips if this leads to the arrest and conviction of this person of interest. But putting this up on your screen, they're not a suspect at this time. But again, this is the photo that the FBI has now put out, wanting folks at home to view and send in any tips directly if they believe they can identify them. And so, as you see, the person is wearing a cap as well as sunglasses and a dark colored shirt that has what seems to be an American flag emblem on it, along with an eagle. They're also wearing pants. And as we heard there from some of those officials, they believe that in the aftermath of that shooting, this person was able to escape the rooftop area and then blend in with the college students there on the campus before eventually escaping. And so many details are going to continue to come out over the next few hours. We're expecting to get another update from those officials in just a little while, but the one that was scheduled initially for this afternoon, we were teasing ahead to it here on Live Now from Fox, is not happening. And this is now as that murder suspect is on the loose, but DPS has told Fox also that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the FBI director, Kash Patel, the deputy director, Bongino, are scheduled to arrive there in Utah as well. They may be there at the next press conference, giving an update there on the case. And so we wanted to make sure we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we're still learning more information and watching as this unfolds. I want to take you out to this live vantage point, this shot just now coming into our newsroom. This is a vantage point that we have there in Salt Lake City, as we're soon expecting to see Vice President J.D. Vance arrive alongside his wife there in the state. We do know that the vice president is expected to be on hand, meeting with the Kirk family, and ultimately, while aboard Air Force Two, transporting the body of Charlie Kirk and his family back to the Phoenix, Arizona area. That's where it is headquartered for Turning Point USA. And so we're watching here. This shot is a little shaky, some of the cameras that are there on the ground, but this is outside of the Salt Lake City airport. We're waiting to see if we get the vantage point of Air Force Two landing there in Utah. So if that happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this opportunity, though, to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. watching as so many different ceremonies have been happening all around the country to honor those victims. This next one takes us out to Detroit, Michigan, happening live. Let's watch and listen in.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.